14 on my right, on your left. It's about awakening the sleeping peasants so that they can join the money economy. We'll have a whole session tomorrow to discuss that. It's about fostering value addition. This is the session on that. It's about low cost of doing business. I think there is a session to that this afternoon. Land consolidation and tenure security. Because of the 2 days, I guess we could not have detailed discussion on all of them. But we'll have a discussion on economics and political integration tomorrow as well. But there are many other key foundations: private sector led development, security of persons and property, and so on and so forth. And you remember a time when all of us would run to the TVs during COVID because the president is going to address the nation. And at that time, one of the key papers that came out was the paper on the real economy versus vulnerable economy. I'm sure you remember that, because at that time everyone listened to TV. And then we waited for that key phrase or key word, therefore. And at that time, the president wrote this paper to say that if your economy is heavily dependent on the vulnerable sectors, then that economy will get a shock anytime and it will go down. And he emphasized the need to have a key fundamentals of the real economy. And he emphasized production and productivity, industry and value addition. He emphasized value addition, and he says we are going to transform Uganda's raw materials, whether agriculture, minerals, or others, into high quality products or goods to unlock their full economic potential. So today, you will hear about those key policy decisions. There is no exportation of ore. You will hear of those key decisions that we must add value to coffee. And in all his speeches, he emphasized some of these tenets. He talked about building a robust manufacturing sector. During those days when we used to listen to these speeches, you remember when he used to say, we shall produce those medicines here. We shall produce those gloves here. We shall produce, and so on and so forth. So I'll briefly talk about the historical context and foundations of the industrialization journey in Uganda. It doesn't mean that industrialization began with the coming in of our colonial masters at the time. Maybe the modern definition of industrialization could have. But in 1903, a company was registered here called the Uganda Company, a fully British-owned company. That company ended up introducing us to a different form of industrialization, where we got a ginning facility in Soroti, tea processing in Mityana, and so on and so forth. It was the beginning of a different era of industrialization. doesn't mean we're not mining ore to produce ores. We had our own kind of ores, but to produce them massively, to produce them on an industrial scale, was something that was introduced in this country by the British governments. At that time, there was the introduction of the 3 Cs and the 3 Ts. The coffee, cotton, and copper, the tea, tobacco, and tourism at that time. And these were introduced as cash crops, cash commodities, where we got money from. We exported them with minimum value addition or no value addition at all. So the best we could do in industrialization at the time is packaging industrialization. So you get the cotton seed, remove the seeds, and package it or bale it and export. Today, we are still doing a lot of that. But if you look at the old national development plans in the 1960s, you'll still find that those development plans were talking about manufacturing and agro-value addition. So the big change or game changer happens in 1952 when 2 key institutions were established in this country, and that is the Uganda Electricity Board and the Uganda Development Corporation. So this was a game changer. The game changer was now a move towards encouraging industrialization. UEB was brought in place to make sure that we have power generation, distribution, and management. UDC, on the other hand, was brought in place to utilize that power, but also to propagate that industrialization agenda in the country. As a result of the introduction of UDC, with an investment of about £5 million at the time, we saw a lot of investments happening in this space. In the first 2 decades of its existence, UDC was at the center of development of this country. Dr. Muhumuza talked about Coffee Marketing Board, but there was a bigger institution called UDC at that time. There are so many industries that were established. If you go in the agricultural space, the Uganda Grain Milling Company, the Agriculture Enterprises Limited, that led to the establishment of those tea factories in Kienjojo, Fort Potro, Kanungu, and so on. Tafmark, the livestock industries, I guess it's only the table where Professor Kamunti is seated that is following me at this moment. Because they lived this period, they know what this meant for the country. Whether it is in metals, the Steel Corporation of Uganda, Tampeco, and so on. Whether it is in minerals, the Clembe mines, Uganda Cement, which established Tororo and Hima cement factories, partly related to the goal of UEB at the time to try and provide cement for construction of the Owen Falls Dam. All these things was, this is where the game changer of industrialization actually took place. In chemicals, again, we had so many other chemical industries. In textiles, Nyaitil, for example, all these companies were started by UDC at the time, in cooperation with the Commonwealth Development Corporation, CDC of UK at that time. Today it's called BII, British International Investment, something like that. It was in the banking sector. If you talk about DFCU today, these financial institutions were established by UDC of that day. And the financial institutions, UGADEV, which transformed into UDB in 1972, were all started with the aim of financing the development goal of UDC at that time. And where UDC was also in the hospitality sector. I remember among the 3 T's there was tourism, and therefore there had to be tourism infrastructure across the whole country. And if you know what used to be called the Uganda hotels, in all these major towns, there was a Uganda hotel, whether it is in Jinja, in Soroti, in Moroto Inn, in Acholi Inn, all over the country. So, by that time, UDC was contributing about 33% of the country's total revenue through taxation, and was the second largest employer with an employment of employing about, with its subsidiaries, employing about 24,000 people, second only to public service. Public service had the army, the teachers, the health workers, and so on and so forth. So it was really the center of economic development. I'll leave the details to those people who were there at that time to tell us later on in the discussion. At independence in 1962, the structure was largely agrarian. 50% of GDP was agriculture. Manufacturing and electricity and so on was about 25%. Then trade, commerce was about 15%, and public administration about 11%. When we looked at the manufacturing snapshot at that time, we were more into cotton ginning, coffee, and so on and so forth. But we also had cotton, establishment of Nyanza textiles that I talked about, and later on the Kilembe mines and so on and so forth. The country was relatively stable from the macroeconomic point of view, but the population growth was still around 2.93% throughout at that time. We had very positive growth over those years. The 70s up to 86, we saw a collapse of most of our economy, emanating from the policy drive at the time, a move to the east. So we saw industrial bases collapsing. We saw a number of private sector-led institutions taken into government, thrown into UDC, expanding the base of UDC, making UDC a very amorphous organization. Coupled with the wars that followed, these institutions could not sustain their profitability and performance in the years that followed. So the liberalization that Professor Solomon talked about and Dr. Mahmoud also talked about found fertile ground because these were institutions that were pulling resources from the treasury. So it found fertile ground for liberalization to take root and drive the agenda of the time. My colleagues have talked about the macroeconomic instability at that time, inflation beyond 200%, and later on I will tell you for the last 3 or 4, almost 4 decades, inflation has been contained to below 5%, save for the years of post-COVID and the impacts of that. So the concentration of the leadership at the time was more on restoring security and rule of law, return assets to the private sector. Remember, private sector led was a key fundamental in this discussion, and revival of basic manufacturing activities. The Washington Consensus, when we went to liberalization and privatization, I guess Washington Consensus means these policies were enshrined in the World Bank IMF thinking, and therefore direction to the developing countries. So we went to structure adjustment programs. Honorable Mao and I had some strikes at the university, particularly to resist some of the structure adjustment programs, especially when they touched our boom. Those who were there at the time know what boom means or meant to us. So we used to get those allowances for books, for whatever, and then under structure adjustment programs, say financing higher education, reduce the cost, and then try to finance more primary education. And that led to a bit of challenges. But yes, we did resist. We may not have achieved all the goals, but I think we did our best. So when it came to liberalization era, the question was, if you are told to liberalize, are you told to open the door so that you can allow the private sector to play a role? Or are you told to remove the door with its hinges? So I think this could have been the gap in our policy framework. So when we went to liberalization, we removed the door with its hinges instead of opening the door and allow a bit of interaction where government plays a role. We have seen after liberalization and privatization, most of the assets you hear were privatized were actually UDC companies. So the companies I talked about earlier, the Uganda hotels, the Nyaitils, the whatever, were sold at that moment. So there was no need for UDC to continue existing. Whatever remained was managed under the PAD Act, and UDC was erased in 1998. Then efforts started to strategically reorient ourselves, because during this era, we went for programs like PEAP, Poverty Eradication Action Plan, largely short-term plans, good at the time, but they never gave us a foundation for long-term thinking, for long-term investments. And therefore, over this period, we saw increasing focus around 2000, increasing focus on value addition, industrial policy, regional integration, the thinking started to come alive. Diversification of production and market-driven industrial base. These were kind of discussions on public-private partnerships started coming into play. But there was no framework in which government was interacting with the private sector anymore because UDC had been abolished a few years back. These policies were not bad, but the opening of the door and the removing of the door with its hinges became the biggest gap. So there was need to liberalize, there was need to privatize, but with government intervention where the private sector fails. I will show you later on, I will tell you later on that markets fail. For us to think markets are going to clear all the time and think that the markets will give us the best outcomes all the time, sometimes it's not true. And that's why most of the fast growing countries had their interventionist approach within their economics framework. Along this industrialization journey, we've seen sector contribution slightly changing, the service sector growing, especially with the introduction of the communications industry, MTN, Airtel, and so on and so forth. We've also seen the manufacturing sector growing over the years from about 23% in 2008 to about 27% last year. Though the manufacturing, specifically manufacturing, remained almost stable, it's in value terms it has increased because GDP is increasing. So this is in relation to GDP. In terms of what we produce over the years, we have not changed much from the 60s. We are still in food processing or agro-value addition. We are still doing textiles. We are still doing drinks and tobacco and so on and so forth. And then construction industry. We've seen manufacturing growing. On the next graph, in particular sectors. In construction, the construction industry have been growing. The chemical industry for soaps and whatever have been growing. Like colleagues who spoke before me earlier said, most of these basics were being imported. In fact, our neighbors Kenya here established industries in Kisumu, particularly to supply goods to Uganda because of the state of our industrial base at the time. But this has greatly changed for some of the basic items that we need. So at the end of it all, we see textiles, drinks and tobacco, some improvement. On the next slide, you'll see what dominates our food and beverages sector. Those of you who take a nail special in the evening, you promote industrial development in this country. And those of you who take water and soda, you also do the same. So food processing in terms of grain milling has also been on the upward trend, growing at about 33%. That could be a reflection of our own increased consumer demand as a country. internal market. I'll talk about the external market later. On the next slide, we also see the textiles and garmenting industry going up. And these are the sectors currently which are big employers that would offtake a lot of our youth from the streets with the minimum skilling required. But the ginning may be a reflection of production. The ginning capacity is going down, and it needs to be lifted up if we are to continue the other side of the value chain of the cotton to go up to garmenting. In the construction subspace, we've seen so many cement factories opening up left and right in this country. My brother Engineer Kivuka will talk more about Kapeka Industrial Park, and you just need to go there and see trucks with all sorts of number plates lining up to pick tiles from that industrial park. That's when you will know that actually impact is visible. So here we may present numbers or statistics, but you need to visit these industrial parks for you to get a clear understanding that this is actually happening in the Ugandan economy. We've seen over the recent years, we've seen weak performance on the next slide of key strategic, the old teas. Now one of them, like tea industry, has seen a collapse and exports reducing by about 17%. Dr. Muhums, I think, mentioned or talked about it, and I think Professor Suruma also talked about it. Our capacity in animal feed production, I don't know what explains this, has also gone down, despite the fact that we are increasing production in that space. Trends in the pharmaceuticals is growing, which is good at about 8%, but we've seen underperformance in other chemicals, the soaps and detergents and so on and so forth. So in line with this, or this could be a result of some of the things that we are actually seeing as interventions of government, the policy frameworks. My brother, Dr. Asmani, was here, who leads in the production of the national development plans. I was privileged to work with the National Planning Authority, and I was privileged to have led the team that produced the Uganda Vision 2040. But in all these policy frameworks, there has been an emphasis on industrialization agenda. So the policy framework, I saw my brother Dennis here, who is responsible for the industrial policy in the Ministry of Trade. The Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. I saw my brother Dr. Mutambi, responsible for this policy in the Ministry of Trade, and local content policies, especially in oil and gas subsector. All these are good policy frameworks that support the industrialization agenda. The institutional support, I mentioned the revival of UDC, the establishment of UIA, and the different parks that UIA is doing, whether directly or together with the private sector like Kapeka, like the one in Imbali, or those they are doing directly like Namamve. Maybe you need to visit some of these places so that you can appreciate what is happening just in Namamve here in terms of industry establishments. Financing institutions like UDB and capitalizing them remains a critical agenda. And then having one-stop centers like at URSB, but the need also to strengthen the UNBS so that the standards framework is also in place and supportive. I've talked about Namamve Industrial Park as an effort of government to promote industrialization through infrastructure development. On the next slide. So there is Namamve, there is Imbale, there is Soroti Park, there is Kapeka, Bweyogerere, and many others are coming up, Kisoro, Kasese, Fort Potro, whatever. Nothing all comes right. There may be gaps here and there, but at least the effort and the direction is clear. The power expansion programs and effort to reduce the cost of power to manufacturing enterprises so that we can enhance their competitiveness remains critical, and you've heard the president talk about we must reduce power at 5 cents. We must reduce power at 5 cents. Road and logistics infrastructure. Most of the corridor roads have been improved, and Dr. Mhumza talked about that earlier on in the morning. There are so many incentives for local and foreign investment. I know we started with only foreign, but then later on brought on board the locals, the tax holidays, the duty waivers. All these are meant to attract us to go into that space and invest. The efforts on human capital and skills development for technical and vocational training, and then the efforts on markets like ESC industrialization strategy. I was also privileged to be a member of the team that developed the East African Development Strategy 2015. Participation in the Free Continental Trade Area for Africa. How do we tap in this will be some of my recommendations at the end of it all. I will just highlight this slide on key manufacturing sector challenges because I don't want to discuss them. There is a whole session that is geared towards cost of doing business, and that is this afternoon. And this will be discussed in detail, and therefore don't ask me questions around this because all the questions will be answered tomorrow. But some that we have highlighted in our research work are capacity underutilization as a result of a market challenge, an import competition, in competition with imports, high input costs, and so on and so forth. There are cost drivers hindering competitiveness, like raw materials access. You've heard a lot of stories. You establish a factory, but there is no raw materials. Electricity, the high tariffs at 8 to 12 cents is extremely out of touch with the competition. Logistics. Here, Dr. Mhumza, we may need to also to disagree a little. You only need to use Ginger Road and know that as demand, all of you came here driving, no, not all of you, but most of you came here driving, and all of you passed a petrol station, and all those cars and all those trucks bringing fuel for you on the road is not sustainable. So as the economy grows, as you see you driving more and more cars, as you see consumption of these goods increasing, you just know that road is busy. If you want to know how busy it is, remember during COVID when we locked the gates. Trucks would create kilometers and kilometers, 5 to 10 kilometers of jam. That tells you that alternative modes of transport to quickly shift those goods to the market is very critical. But also, as we grow our production capacity in the industries, we need to shift those goods to the market. So support of having railway systems and water transport in an integrated manner is extremely critical going forward. Policy and institutional gaps, strengthening trade facilitation is critical. Strengthening the standards infrastructure that I talked about, strengthening UNBS and others is critical. And then lack of tailored financing options is critical. And this is the exact gap that we have. Whereas benefits of liberalization are many, and we can see them as Dr. Mhumza highlighted earlier. The reality is, in some cases, they have failed to give us the reality we need. Cost of capital has failed to come down during liberalization. So intervention in that circumstance is inevitable. So, and therefore that brings me to the slide on the role of the state in the industrialization agenda. I agree with Dr. Mhumza that the key foundation and reason of government is to provide supporting infrastructure to reduce the cost of doing business. That should be key. Basic economics tells you that markets clear, markets allocate resources more efficiently. So support the private sector, have a private sector-led economy, because the private sector will allocate the resources better. However, in cases of where markets fail, the need for government intervention becomes extremely critical. Some of our fast-growing economies, Singapore has a UDC equivalent called Temeski. Malaysia has a UDC equivalent called Kazana. South Africa has a UDC equivalent called IDC. In Kenya here we have KDC, it's a new formation, but it was originally ICDC. Mauritius has the State Investment Corporation. It's a model you cannot deal away with, simply because markets do not always clear. So this public cooperation enable government to provide strategic direction. So if you tell commercial banks to lend to agriculture and there is no lending to agriculture, then you must lead the direction. The establishment or re-establishment of UDC is a clear testimony to this. In some cases, I was watching a video on social media of the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, and in that video he says this globalization agenda is not a reality. He gives an example that the rules of boxing are the same, but you never get a heavyweight boxer and a flyweight boxer in the ring at the same time. So globalization is okay. how do we get Uganda to go in the ring with Germany, with China, and be able to play? So there are instances, there may be inconvenient instances sometimes, but there are instances where subsidies are important. We hear subsidization is a distortion in the market. Yes, it is a distortion in the market. And that's the aim of distorting that market. But for you are not subsidizing your smallholder farmer and you expect that smallholder farmer to compete with the American farmer who is fully subsidized 80%. So it's not possible for us to continue lying ourselves that everything markets will clear. I've been warned of time. So as a result of that, UDC was re-established to play that role and fill up that particular gap. We do our mandate through establishing subsidiary and associated companies in the UDC Act Cap 208. All we do is clearly stipulated in there. We go for priority strategic sectors in agro-manufacturing, in areas where we feel the private sector is not giving us the answer we want. You can imagine being in the road construction sector and paying 90% foreign firms to do your road construction. If there's one lesson we learned from COVID, is that lesson of self-sustenance. So if these companies are no longer to give you that service for any reason, then we are likely to lose the game or kneel down and plead. We do equity financing, lease financing, and shareholder loans where necessary. The objectives you can read from the Act. We've made some small contributions since we were re-established. So you'll go down until you see a picture of a factory of gloves. Sorry, I'm skipping now so that I can fit in Mildred's time. So we've intervened in Namamve here. Remember the president's statement that I read at the beginning, we shall produce these gloves. We are now producing these gloves in Namamve. So we are currently supplying about 70% of the NMS demand. Our target is to increase this to get 100% NMS, but also go to other JMS and the private sector. So this is import substitution. We have a total of 18 investments over these years. On the next slide, I've talked about road construction. We've also intervened in a local road construction company called Abeka to try and build local construction capacity. We are now happy we are doing currently Busunju Kiboga Hoima Road. We are also doing Matuga Semutoka Peka Road, and we have signed contracts for Bubulo Duda and Mbali and Kokonjero roads. We need to build our own local capacity to do this infrastructure. Of course, we would be happy if the Ministry of Works could pay us all our outstanding dues, or else it's becoming hard to continue to work. We invested in Kalangala Infrastructure Services. We provide the ferry system between, if you go through Masaka, those ferry services you use. We have a 50% stake. I used to say we are the Umeme of Kalangala, but now I will say we are the EDCL of Kalangala. And we are also the national water of Kalangala through Kalangala Infrastructure Services. These are again interventions, and we've seen a lot of growth on that island as a result of these interventions. To have electricity rich, hotels are coming up, the beautiful beaches, and I can assure you on Friday it's very difficult to get space on that ferry to cross. Most recently, under pressure, we were given 1 year to work with the private sector to establish the Speak Resort Convention Center. That time the target was to host NAM, which was hosted. But we need to continue marketing this infrastructure as a country, not to leave it to a company, so that we can have growth out of it. Today it hosts most of our meetings. Seating capacity main hall 3,800 people. Overall rooms 12,000 people. So we have capacity to host basically any kind of conference or convention in the world. The future of industrialization, I'd hoped to spend a bit of time here. We are seeing a lot of global disruptions coming in. There are shifts in power centers. Proper alignment is critical. We've seen power centers, US, Europe, BRICS, China, and those kind of things. We've seen disruptive trade barriers happening, tax incentives or disincentives from different countries. We've seen disruptions as a result of global AI investments. We are not investing enough in the technology that we should be. We've also seen disruptions as a result of climate change, the wars, the Russia, Ukraine, and so on. We must be alive to these because they have a direct impact on our logistics, how things move from here to the market, from there as our inputs, energy threats. We've seen cyber threats and so on. I always give an example that when Owen Falls Dam was constructed, if you were careful and when you're passing those bridges, you will see that there are army men who are armed and seated on the bridge. Today, attacking that bridge, you don't need to reach the bridge through cyber attacks. So a lot of disruptions are happening, and these are greatly affecting our industry here. A case in point is the collapse in demand for tea, especially from the Asian countries and Sudan and Egypt. This has seen the tea industry collapse. It's a story for another day. So we need to do nearshoring. We need to identify our closest markets. How do I reach these close markets? The Kenya, the Tanzania, the Congo, the Sudan, and so on. We need to organize ourselves around those. We need to think about our 70% youth population who are youth, and adapting IT infrastructure that serves their needs, and so on and so forth. We need to do regional blocks. We need to reshape the way we do business, and this has been a core focus for the president since he came in. Today we have a 10-fold growth strategy. The president has guided that this country must grow by 10 times. And finance has picked up, the Minister of Finance has picked up this together with the National Planning Authority to increase the GDP tenfold over the next 15 years. It's a tall order, but let's go for it. And throughout this process, the president highlights that's important. We do value addition. We add value to our commodities to be able to achieve the growth that is desired. On recommendations, as I end, one, I've talked about strengthening national value chains from production to final products, and that's the angle UDC has taken today, and I'm sure the private sector need to come. We work together on most of these value chains. We need to de-risk upstream activities and formalize outgrower systems to support a raw material problem. You get a community that comes here, convinces the president or the minister and say, we have a lot of cassava. Please come and establish a cassava factory. You go there in a season and you do your feasibility, the cassava is positive. You establish a factory, you look for the cassava, you don't see it. Now, as a business, you are not going to grow value chains. It becomes someone else's responsibility. So we need to work together and deliver as one, as government and the private sector. We need to provide additional infrastructure like cold storage, aggregation centers, and so on. We also believe that one of the best way to go about this is a market-led industrialization agenda. What does the free trade area demand? We produce for that market. How can we have an opportunity if people are suffering because Ukraine is not able to export wheat? How do we fill that gap? So that there is a market-led industrialization agenda and therefore value chain development. Address capacity underutilization by strengthening the demand side, that's the market side, and UDC together with NSSF, we are working together to establish a national marketing company to offtake some of this output, have capacity to store, but also have capacity to look for market out there and be able to sell. Strengthen infrastructure for industrial growth, deploying our little resources well,
the mark, and the Bank of Uganda is alive. The Bank of Uganda is alive to this process. And let me say that I want just to make a clarification of what was said in the morning. The Bank of Uganda is here. Just use 3 minutes and then invite our Minister for Constitutional Affairs, who is standing in for the Minister of Finance, my brother Matia, and then we shall go for our General Saleh, who is going to explain better what this concept is about. This Musevenomics, ladies and gentlemen, is about what is it that has happened under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, because he has been in power uninterrupted for quite a significant amount of time, and therefore we believe that the policies the government of NRM has pursued must be studied and with evidence establish what exactly has been achieved, why has what was planned achieved and not achieved, and how do you compare it with what we did before. But I want also to explain and clarify that for us in the central bank, some of us who may not know what the central bank is doing because of lack of time, I want to explain what we do when we are on our desks, exactly what we do. Our work can be divided into just two major tenets, and one of them is to maintain price stability, to ensure that all of you who are seated here, when you are doing your economic activity, you are sure you are going to complete that activity. If you are building a house, the bag of cement is 34,000 shillings, it is going to be 34,000 shillings, and you will complete your house in the period which you have planned. That is what you do. I think you need to clap for us, even if you didn't want. Especially those who have a nugu and you don't want to recognize what we are doing. That's what we do. And you must recognize that we have been able to control inflation. We have controlled fundamentals, especially the fundamentals. Inflation was 161, to be very specific. In financial year 1986-87, inflation in Uganda was 161%. Inflation now is 3.9%. Our target is 5. We have been below that target, I think for the last 10 or so years. Number two, the existence of the Bank of Uganda and what it does is to maintain sound financial system. To maintain the soundness of the financial system, to ensure when you present your check, it is honored. When you make a payment to your sister in New York, our RTJ system, our SWIFT system works. And number three, what we have added, Professor Saruma, these days we don't have, for purposes of this audience, we, for example, don't have, that we are not using very much repos and reverse repos. We are now using, we have introduced many products, the swaps, interbank operations, forwards. We are going also to start, for purposes of those who are in the business, buying gold, and we are ready. We are absolutely ready for two purposes. One, to bring the people who are in these mines in Karamoja, in Kasanda, in Bulisa, in the formal sector, but also two, to maintain our reserves. To maintain our reserves. And I want to congratulate the people who are in the coffee sector, as Professor Suruma here said, and Dr. Muhumuza, that our balance of payments are being really maintained by the coffee exports. Every morning we have a meeting, FMOS is still there, every morning at 9:30 to 10. The central bank has that meeting every day. And what is maintaining our balance of payments is really coffee receipts. We want to congratulate people in coffee, and we want to ensure that they don't mind very much about the president wants value addition. The coffee value chain is 136 billion. The other year we earned 893. This year is 1.1 billion. It is still less than 1% of the entire coffee value chain. I think let's work on coffee exports. It is the one really maintaining our balance of payments, and for purposes of this August house balance of payments is an account, just as a financial account which calculate the amount of money we get abroad, total amount of all the money we earn abroad, as measured against the money we are spending. And the coffee receipts really are the ones balancing that account. The number two is remittances. These girls who are working in Oman, in Jordan, and so on, they bring here $900 million. Doctors, engineers in Detroit, in London. I was there the other day with the UN project, $700 million, total $1.6 billion, plus tourism 1.3, it's about 3.2, which is about 5.6% of GDP. So we want to agree with you, Professor, that we need to do something on coffee. Lastly, Dr. Muhumuza, on the issue of agricultural credit fund, we even have another one which was not talked about here, the Small Business Recovery Fund. This was the COVID fund, you remember. So these two were introduced by the central bank for demarketizing, for purposes of, because the interest rate is very high in commercial banks, as we've already been told, 20%, 18%, and yet our CBR currently is 9.75. We reduced by another 50 basis points from 9.8. Still, commercial banks have not responded effectively with the CBR. So what we have done, Dr. Muhumuza, is to ensure that we can have a facility that can really work for the, can we say, the vulnerable, or the people who cannot be able to compete effectively with commercial banks. This is the Agricultural Credit Fund, and this money is available. Those of you who are in the agriculture sector, and it is not the central bank that is doing things in that area. The central bank, for purposes of people to understand, it is a bank which does not deal with the people. It's a bank which deals with the government and also commercial banks. It never deals with people directly. You deal directly with the commercial banks. So what we are doing, these are managed by commercial banks as it were. So we have SCF, we have Small Business Recovery Fund. These funds are available. We have a significant amount of money there. It is not absolutely much, but also it's not small. It is there, you can come. Money is never advertised. That's why it is scarce, and that's why it has value. We cannot advertise money. Money is got by people who know how to look for it. So you can find a way of looking for it, and you'll find it, and then you do the work which we are supposed to do. I think finally is that we have extended the mandate for price stability, maintaining sound financial system in support of socio-economic transformation. So the Bank of Uganda is directly interested in realizing this tenfold growth. It is no longer there in the air that it is controlling commercial banks, it is a regulator. No, we are interested. Even today we have a function at the bank. I was in Bushenyi the other day. As a town hall, we have started the town hall meetings. Imagine the central bank somewhere in Bushenyi, in a village in Bitereko there. Have you ever seen that since 1966 when it was formed? When this central bank was established, since when has it talked to somebody in a village somewhere? But now we have realized that we need to be in the process of transforming the country. So the central bank is with the people. We have taken it to the people, and we are here as well. We are interested in this process very, very actively, and that's what I wanted people to know. I have my panelists this morning. We had the Minister of Finance, my brother Matia So the entire evidence of what has happened and what has not happened is here. And PT1, as I sit down, is that, for example, foreign direct investment, people who are bringing money here was negative in financial 1985. It is because who would bring money in a conflict country. But now is 3.8 billion US dollars. Then you have income, you have revenue, and all sorts of things. So anybody who wants to understand Musevenomics and what has happened with the data, and now, of course, numbers don't lie, the book is here. It is in chapter 2. And those who want to know the central bank, how the central bank operates, it is chapter 6 and chapter 13. Who want to know how the entire monetary policy operates globally. And of course, using our central bank as a case study, everything is here. And so Africans, you wipe out this issue of saying if you want to hide anything, you write it down. You disprove them that actually you can read. Honorable Mao. It is not free.
Thank you, panel chair and Deputy Governor of our central bank. All the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and you are many, our international development partners, the intelligentsia who are bombarding us with these clashing ideas, and we, the ordinary people, like myself, and full figure, stand up in case you, the elites, you think this thing is only about you. The ghetto has stormed you. Dear friends, as Vice Chair of the UDF, my role is that of a morale booster. I want everybody to perform to the best of their capacities. A morale booster supports you 24/7. You are losing, they are there, wearing your colors proudly, the way we do with Uganda cranes. Even when we are clobbered, we go back home singing. The chairman, General Caleb Akandwanaho, Salim Saleh, his role is that of like a music conductor. He doesn't have to play any instrument, but he knows good music. So he chooses those of you who are here, you are the people who play the instruments very well in banking institutions, in private businesses, you are in industries, you are in academia, you are in the public service, you are on farms, you are all over the place. So what his role is like that of a magnifying glass to gather the scattered rays of the sun and focus it. And so I want in a special way to thank our very own Edward Katende. Where are you? Edward, come here and people see you. Edward performs a lot of slave labor in the UDF. And even though I am supposed to go for a delegates conference of the Democratic Party, I told Edward that I will come to introduce our chairman. Edward, thank you so much. Let's give Edward a round of applause. And the team that has worked with him, please stand up and we thank you. Thank you so much. Because of issues of the neck not turning very easily and us not having compound eyes, we have not seen you, but we acknowledge you. So, for very many years since he left the army, our chairman, General Caleb Akandwanaho, started with a kind of Juakali think tank. I called it Juakali because he started calling a few people and asking questions, teaching them what he knows and also learning from them. To the extent that now he can hold his own and have conversations with anybody. Doesn't matter who you are. Whether you are international diplomats, whether you are PhD scholars, whether you are political leaders like us, he has imbibed a lot of knowledge through this process of cross-fertilization that we call the UDF. Even us, the politicians, have been at the receiving end of some hard questions. He asked us the other day, what is your fundamental difference with President Museveni on the economy? Unfortunately, our media does not ask those kind of questions. Political leaders who want to lead this country come to your studios and you are on a side show. You are talking about skirmishes on the streets between security forces and political activists, and you don't ask somebody, what would you do differently? Now, I'll share with you a conversation that Ronald Reagan had with a little girl who he met, and he asked her, according to a video I saw, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the little girl says, I want to be president. And then he asked the little girl, what will be the first thing you do? And then the little girl says, there is a beggar on the street corner and I see that he's in great need. I want to give him money. I want to give him like $50. I think it can help him. So President Reagan tells the little girl, come and mow my lawn, slash my compound, and I'll give you the $50. Then you can give it to the beggar. And the little girl tells President Reagan, why doesn't the beggar go and slash your compound himself? And he earns that money. In other words, in this world, when you have earned your money, you really, really value it. And we need people to go to work. We want people to work, earn from their sweat. And anybody who has worked and earned money does not just want to part with it easily. And that's why people don't want governments on their backs. Now, General Saleh now has a fully-fledged think tank around him, and there are many of you around here. Please stand up, the team of advisors. I see my uncle General Idro there, the Honorable David Pulkol, and there are many others all over here. Now, connected to these people are the rest of you who I see debating very serious issues online. I've not yet had the courage to contribute because really the debate is high voltage. I'm a bit intimidated. Now, that is what this gathering is about. The purpose of the General's address is to identify the target, as you have said here. The last time we gathered, I advised people not to shoot with shotguns, because when you shoot with a shotgun, you injure many, but you kill none. So you injure many problems, but you solve none. You need to shoot with a rifle, and that is what the General is now interested in. And for that purpose, he has decided to camp in Gulu, my town. And targets have got to be realizable. You talked about Kennedy declaring that in our generation, America shall put a man on the moon. And they did. You also remember we once had a president here who also was fond of declaring targets. There was a time he said he was going to capture Golan Heights. He declared war on the apartheid regime in South Africa and organized jets to throw bombs in Lake Victoria. as a rehearsal for capturing Cape Town. And during a dinner in London, not to be outdone by the Americans and their space endeavors, he announced that Uganda would now go to the sun in order to outdo America. And when he was asked by another dignitary at the table, how do you intend to do that, Your Excellency? Our beloved life president then said, we shall go there at night because the sun is very hot. Obviously, that attracted another heartfelt laughter bout, and then one commentator said, Your Excellency, you surely know how to blow your own trumpet. Again, not to be outdone, he stood up and said, no, I also play accordion. Obviously, he was not aware that blowing trumpets is a figure of speech. It has nothing to do with music. So, I'm glad the targets that we have here are said to be ideological. Our chairman has very strong beliefs. And in this world, we need believers, first and foremost. Because those who believe don't give up. That is what matters. One day, I had the courage to ask the president of Uganda a question. Mr. President, why do you keep going? Why don't you give up? He was amused by that question because it was in public. When he got up to speak, he said, Mao has asked me why I keep going. Then he said, I'm going to answer him. I keep going because I'm sure of where I want to go. I have no doubts. So we believe that all of us here are true believers in the future potential of Uganda. Whether we achieve everything we are talking about in our lifetime or not, our belief should be the common denominator bringing us together based on what is in our heart. Love for our country, love for our fellow human being. And that is why this gathering is not just about degrees. How many PhDs you have, how many masters, and so on and so on. It is about here, which takes me to Cuba. Che Guevara, who you all know, was fond of being absent-minded in meetings. And he was in one meeting, and El Comandante Fidel Castro was speaking. On that day, on the agenda was to choose the chairman of the central bank, which we call a governor here. So Fidel Castro asked, do we have an economist in this meeting? And the absent-minded chair put up his hand. And then Fidel Castro rebuked him. Che, you are not an economist at all. And then Che said, sorry, El Comandante, I thought you had asked whether we have a communist in this meeting. And then Fidel Castro said, you have the job, because that's exactly what we need. We need first and foremost a communist who believes in our mission. The rest are details. Now that we have identified ourselves as true believers, now that we have identified ourselves as people who will not deceive each other, it is okay for IMF to deceive us, it is okay for the World Bank to deceive us, but it is more tragic when we deceive ourselves. And that's why I like the intense debate here. Talking about deception and self-deception, there's a lady here in this room, the Honorable Kabakumba. Where are you? The Honorable Kabakumba was a student in Sacred Heart. And apparently there was a young man in St. Joseph's College, Laibi, who admired her so much, but he had never spoken to her and had never met. It so happens that the Honorable Kabakumba was a topic of discussion in the boys' dormitory. So the question was, who would have the guts to talk to her? So one boy decided to write a letter in the name of Kabakumba. He wrote to himself and went and posted it, and then came to boast to his roommates that he had received a letter from Kabakumba. And for about a week, he was the most admired boy. Until another ambitious young man decided that this is too good to be true. So he went and stole the young man's exercise book, compared the handwriting with the alleged letter from Kabakumba, and found that they were exactly the same. So he was publicly humiliated. Now that is what self-deception is. You don't write to yourself a letter from a beautiful girl, because whether you believe it or not, it is untrue anyway. That's why not deceiving ourselves is very, very, very important. I welcome you on my own behalf, but you are going to receive a bigger welcome from our chairman. To the technical people, I put the question, is the general now online? He's supposed to speak to us online through connectivity. Please don't do to us what you did to Professor Muhumuza, or even worse. I understand Sarah Kajingo was one day giving a high-powered speech and was boasting about our success in the energy sector. We have these megawatts and so on, and then the power went off. I just wanted to say, Sarah, that's what they call punctuation. Your sentence got punctuated with a power outage. That's why we miss Umeme, because it was easier to curse. When power went off, you simply said, Umeme! But now, this thing of, how do you go about it? It is very difficult. Even Professor Kamuntu has failed to say it. I think we need people who talk very fast. UDCL, something like that. So is the general online now? UBC? I need first to be assured that, okay, it is very important that you understand why I'm the one inviting the general, because the party I lead was in partnership with the National Resistance Movement, and and then divorced for 26 years. But during the time that we were working together, Uganda scored a lot, and that's why a country like ours should not waste human resources wherever it can be found. We must really collect human resources, and I wish to encourage our president to continue looking for capable people from wherever to come and work for Uganda. Because the economic miracle that we are celebrating, some of the foundations were built by the likes of Yoweri Chesimira, Ponciano Mulema, Robert Kitariko, Kafumbe Mukasa, Sevana Kizito, Zachary Olum. These were DPs. Unfortunately, they divorced after 10 years, and Norbert Mao has been quietly engaging, and we are now moving together again. Let's see whether we will also have miracles. Most probably the miracles will be in the field that I wish to quote, and I hope the general will comment on it. This is a quote: African countries can achieve economic stability and sustain rapid growth when they meet at least two interdependent conditions. They must establish a stable and secure political framework rooted in moral integrity, as well as unleash the entrepreneurialism of the populace, facilitated by a free and democratic society. Guess who? Professor Ezra Sabiti Suruma. 2014, Brookings Institution. Get the book wherever you may find it. It tells the story of that period of recovery of Uganda, laying the foundation. It's now my singular honor to invite General Caleb Akandwanaho Salim Saleh, Chief Coordinator of Operation Wealth Creation, but for this purpose, our own Chairman of Uganda Development Forum. General, you have the floor. Let's welcome General with a round of applause.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Mao. Thank you, everybody who is in attendance. I warmly welcome you to the fourth edition of Musevenomics. I was challenged to study this form of economics by people who had cooked me, by NPA, National Planning Authority had cooked me. Then they made a PowerPoint presentation for me to deliver to the president. And it was made out of PowerPoint. So I delivered the note to the president. He read it and he took his time. And in March 2020, he answered me. And he said that whoever wants to discuss with him the economy of Uganda and Africa in general should answer those questions. And as you know, he is both a leader and a teacher. He asks questions and then he answers them. So he asked the 6 questions which are under discussion there at the conference. And I hope you will critique what he termed as the stimuli package that him and his colleagues, like Chairman Mao has talked about, Mulema, Chesinera, and others, what they had come up with in the economic adjustment program. So I'm not going to focus on the stimuli packages they used to resurrect the economy. I'm going to focus on one factor of production. And I will be asking the technical team, because now these days I use experts to create debates on my behalf. Now that factor of production, when we were sent into the field as OWC, we found it to be the most distorted factor of production, and that was land. So today, I will use the words of experts to illustrate this point to the conference so that you can get answers for what these experts were raising. Now, slide number 1 is composed of an advisory note from Amanda Ngazirano, who is the chairperson of the Physical Planning Board. She's asking us, do we understand the land use balance sheet in Uganda? Because the land is the factor of production. Now Amanda is asking us, do we really understand what we need to do with land in order to be able to feed people by 2040, when we shall be 60 million people? That note is on the screen there. And I think you can discuss it as we go along. It is a short note, advisory note. Now, when I got to that note, I had to consult President's office. President's office, from a director there, Mr. Vincent,
gave his own opinion of land use. And I think we need to go through them slowly so that we understand how do we distort, how do we remove the distortions from this major factor of production. Because all the stimuli packages that Musevenomics proposes, I think 80% of them or 60% of them are based on land. Now, if land is a distorted factor of production, then it distorts other areas. That's what we have been discussing now for almost 4 years. Then after that, I got a brief from the public agencies which are holding land, the land of Uganda in trust. A note has also been attached, not that one, the one of conservation. No, not that one. Yeah, that land under conservation, mainly in northern Uganda, where they clearly state that 4 million acres of land are under conservation, either NFA, UA, NEMA, Uganda Land Commission, through agencies of government. So that is slide number 4. Because I use experts, I don't have so much knowledge, but I use people who have knowledge to create discussion points for me. Then slide number 4 is an advisory note, actually for which I'm fundraising money for. Study who owns Kampala, who owns land in Kampala. It is that I have that advisory note from Professor John Chigula, and he's fundraising for money to make a concrete study so that we know who owns what land in Kampala, because it is becoming a big discussion point. Everybody thinks that I own half of Kampala when I have only, I think I have maximum 2 acres. And actually, if we were to ask the audience, how much land do you think KCCA owns? I don't know how many of them would get the right answer there. Then, interesting, the other week, I got a request from Internal Security Organization that they wanted to know how, when I came to own Kapeka and what I'm using the Kapeka land for. Imagine you get a note from the Internal Security asking you, how did you come to own this land? It's there, but don't show the budget they had attached for research. Now, these are very, very important questions for all of us. So, fortunately for me, the day when ISO came, I had very, very good answers for them because we had already studied carefully the history, the ownership, the utilization of that land in Kapeka called Namunkekera Council Estate. So for today, for me, I want to stimulate debate within that conference. We know the stimuli which were used to resurrect the economy. We know them, security of persons and property, privatization and liberalization, return of Asian properties, and all those. But for me, I wanted to challenge the conference, the fourth or fifth edition of UDF discussions, to specifically focus on this factor of land as a factor of production, and we see how we shall remove the distortions from that factor so that we are able to utilize it maximally. Because when you read what Dr. Amanda talks about, she says there is shortage, so we must do something. Then Vincent says we must do something, but we shouldn't touch land for conservation. Then these agencies which are holding land in trust on behalf of government are not maximizing the usage. And sometimes they are the ones who create conflicts on those lands. And then this Kampala city, Kampala, who owns land in Kampala, is a very interesting subject, which I think really needs to be studied, needs to be funded and studied. Then I will ask Engineer Chibuka, who is present there. He's my specialist on the conflicting of lands, especially that one of Kapeka. If he's given time, he's going to give you insights. That is what I wanted to discuss, because even in northern Uganda right now, the issue is land, the conflict between the Achoris and the what they call Valaro, or what we call migrant cattle keepers, is about land. So the keynote address, I think, is going to be given by Dr. Suruma, who was my leader when I was at the Ministry of Finance. And I think he is going to articulate all the other issues related to our attempt to reach out to the moneyless people. In the last 10 years, I have led a mission called OWC. It has not been a very easy mission, because we are told to go and look for people who have never touched money. 68%. We struggled with inputs, with coffee, with tea, with all those inputs over that period. And statistically, they say we were able to reduce the people outside the money economy from 68% to about 39%. And recently, I hear even the poverty levels have gone even lower. So, dear participants and discussants, I request that you focus on the stimuli packages that were used, but you also help us to understand the land use balance sheet. Because if we do that, I think we shall devise means on how to utilize maximally that resource. Because the land is where minerals are best, land is where homesteads are best, that's where factories are best. So if it remains as distorted as it is today, that will not help us to achieve the 500-fold, 50-fold or 500? 50-fold, 10-fold, 10-fold growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you help me to answer that question and listen carefully to the rest of the presenters, we shall produce a very big report out of this conference, and it will be helpful to us to look into the future. Because we have been discussing with the academia, with the private sector, with the ordinary mwananchi, and we are just trying to put together the economic history of Uganda, and it is very, very interesting, because from what we have been able to read, the first development plan of Uganda as a protectorate was 1946. Now, 40 years later, in 1986, that is when NRM came to power, and they hired some experts under the IDRC, International Development Research Center from Canada. And as Chairman Mao said at that time, if you look at the list of cabinet ministers who were the first cabinet of our liberation, 60% 60% of them were from DP. So I have been arguing with Chairman Mao, what caused the divorce? Because the divorce happened when I was here in Gulu, 1996. But I think Chairman Mao is the one who caused that divorce, because that time he was really like fire. And I don't know whether he will agree with me. But now, 2022, we went back into an alliance with them, which was very, very good for me, because for me, I never liked the separation of those people whom we had worked with for 10 concrete years. And in those 10 years, when we were working together, I think that's when Uganda was recording double-digit growth. But when we started fragmenting, that's when we got a lot of issues. So he's my vice chair person in UDF, in think tanking, and we are doing very good work. So I wish him the best in his delegates conference. And I want to thank the Minister of Finance. I want to thank the Uganda Development Corporation and all the agencies that have supported OWC to get to the ordinary mwananchi. We are very excited that we participated in this revolution of reducing the people who are outside the money economy, and we hope we can completely eliminate it in the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm sorry I couldn't come to Kampala because Kampala is a bit troubled. So Gulu is more calmer than Kampala. That's why I stay in Gulu. It has a calmer atmosphere. And I invite all of you that the next conference that we are going to hold should be held in Gulu here. Thank you very much for listening to me. I wish you all the best. Thank you. You are not clapping.
For those remarks, I think as you have heard, the critical point he has raised is the real term we use is the constrained land market. And he's saying that the land market needs to therefore be free.
Have they switched over?
And this one, obviously, we know how the land market is constrained. And of course, land is a premier factor of production. So there is nothing that you can do without land. He has also brought out other factors, particularly production, but particularly the premier factor. In fact, other people call it the most primitive factor of production, which is land, is so fundamental that we needed to do something about it. You remember the president has been wanting to do something about it. We did a very big study, I remember, with the people in Makerere, University of Nairobi, University of London, to do something on land. Let me repeat this. Let me say this as we conclude this session. There is no country in the world out of 192 countries. I've done a study for 126 of them, and I was using projective techniques. Projective techniques is a methodology you use backwards to see what happened with people who are not similar with you. But about what did they do that for you didn't do? So I did 126 countries, and those countries did things. All of them. The first one is freeing the land market. They did something on land. Two, which Professor Suruma knows very well, is there's no country, get it from me, out of 192 which we have, including Monaco and Vatican, which however transformed its economy without having indigenous sources of capital, without putting resources together. And among the reforms which took place, and exactly this issue has not come up so far, is the issue of Uganda Commercial Bank. And I'm sure the president is going to bring it out tomorrow. The president will not leave this state podium, I'm sure, without talking about it. There is no country, let me repeat it, where you will never make any step forward without having means of pulling resources yourself. In other words, there is no living on savings of others. Let me address myself to ladies here. Never take a lift. You take a lift, you will tell me what will happen to you. These people who are in the government, and you especially those who are working with us in these financial economic sectors, there is no country which can never live on the savings of others. That's why you are in debt. That's why you are in a cobweb. That's why Africa is in a cobweb. Framework of debt. Take responsibility of your actions. Pull your own resources. Let me speak it in Uchigaru Nyanko as I sit down. My mother tells you, amazing Shabano, Tigozangaru, Egabo, Tambire, Amuhanda, Ujihuawi. Those who come outside, what I've said literally in English language means that when you want to wash your hands clean, literal English language. When you want to wash your hands clean, you must have your own water. If you want to educate your children very well, you must have your own fees. This idea of you, the Africans, producing children in the 90s and believing that we are going to pay fees for them. Your brothers, did we take an agreement with you that your brothers will pay fees for them? Have you taken an agreement with President Trump that you must look for your sick people? How can you really reason like that? That somebody, another person is going to look for your own sick people. What kind of naivety is that? We must thank President Trump. And me, I supported him even in the first elections. Because he's telling you, he's making you awaken that you must take responsibility of your own actions. How can you think that somebody can continue paying for your own medicine? For so many years, I don't know how many years. How can you think that you are going to continue borrowing, failing to do anything on your land, to do something about it, and you do business and economic activity, and then the government gets taxes, and you are the ones who are crying that your salaries are very small. Where shall we get money to increase your salary? When you are not doing any business, where government is getting resources. So we want to thank people for coming, and I think this is the Midred. This is the end of the session, and I want to thank my panelists. A very big round of applause to Honorable Mao. And obviously, the Honorable Mao is one of the brightest. I think you can all agree. For us in Uchigaru Nyankole, for us the Wachiga, we are known for speaking the truth. Honorable Mao, you are really very bright man. Very bright man. Abaenda kuchiza bichiza bataenda balere. Those who want to accept, they accept. Those who don't want, shauri yako, you do your own activity. But Honorable Mao is a very bright man, that one is for sure. And once you are running a government, it is very important to. That's why these governments have like Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea, and General Park Chung-hee, with how Dr. Park Geun-hye, Honorable Badiwa in Malaysia, Lee Kuan Yew, his other name is Harry. Lee Kuan Yew. Use the bright people, and you see where their countries are. They didn't mind very much about political party. You look at Mauritius, the Mauritius militant movement and Mauritius Labour Party, all coming together to develop Mauritius together. And it is I think we better start looking at what we can do, rather than the car of the person, the religion of the person you are seated with. You want to put the other person is in which religion. This is what kind of trivialities. Please move away from trivialities. Love your country. Love this Uganda. I told people in London yesterday, I told you that nobody, I was speaking to Ugandans as well, most of them. I told them nobody is going to love Uganda on your behalf. Nobody is going to love your family on your behalf. If you think that anybody is going to love Uganda on your behalf, you are really being naive of the highest class. So thank you very much, my sister Miriam, come and take over. Thank you.
A big round of applause to our session chair, Professor Augustus. Thank you so much. And I think you, when you started speaking the home language, you became brutally honest because people from that side will say it as it is. You like it or not, it is an open one. And I think when General Saleh said people say he owns most of Kampala, when I was growing up seeing land for sale, do you know how to read the name? The last one, the S-A-L-E, it becomes land for Saleh. So most probably that is why most people think the land here does belong to him. So probably he needs to start from that angle right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we did also, Professor Augustus forgot to probably remind you, his copy, a book about transformative economics that is written by himself. You can be able to access it at only 20,000 shillings right behind when you're going for lunch. I know that we've been seated for long and I don't want to stand in between lunch. Oh, I beg your pardon, not 20,000, 85,000 shillings. I am sorry. I am not going to pay the balance, so please, it is 85,000 shillings, not 20. So whoever told me 20, you misled me. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our lunch exactly at the same point where we had breakfast. And then when we come back, we're going to do a marathon of 2 panels because we've missed one panel that had to be in the morning session, which is chaired by Honorable Victoria. So we're going to have just one presentation in the afternoon and 2 panel discussions. And that is where we're also going to combine the plenary session. So I please do request that do not run away. This is not a pass for you to run away, except maybe for Honorable Mao, who is going for the delegates conference pretty soon. We might give him time to be able to travel. But we're going to have our ushers lead us, just the same way they did lead us earlier on, provide us the coupons as we go for lunch. And we will have lunch. I hope that we can be able to have it in about maybe 40 minutes so that we are able to get back early and have the 2 sessions. We don't want to have anything spill over into the next day tomorrow because tomorrow is also very, very busy. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go for lunch right now. And when we come back, we'll have the 2 panels and just one more presentation, which will be on the cost drivers in Uganda's business environment. So it's going to be a power-packed afternoon, but also it's going to be a very engaging one in the afternoon. So let's continue with mingling and speaking to each other as we go for lunch. Let's continue with the networking as well. I will request the DJ to give us some music as we get our ushers to lead our guests in for lunch and then come back for the afternoon session. Bon appetit.
they proceed to teach you everything except those. What is the plan? Because even this business of taking our children to the Middle East, we never prepared them for the Middle East. So I would have loved to hear what Dr. Muhumza said about our education. Then my final question was the minister who has gone to do what he does best. He said, if you want that we should get people to work, and my comment, not a question, was, you want them to work, prepare them for that work. Like I said, most of you have come, so I've got why I'm here. So thank you very much for attending this, this function. It is unfortunate my panel is not full. It is also unfortunate that even if my panel had been full, we would have had gender imbalance, but we shall manage. Now, one of the things, or rather the major thing we are talking about here is basically agriculture, agri-industrialization. Some of you may remember, depending on how much you follow the news in Uganda, but in January, this year, Uganda hosted a meeting organized by AU to discuss CADIP. And CADIP stands for Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program. Now that CADIP came out with what they call the Kampala Declaration. In all cases like that, PS level it was chaired by Uganda, minister level it was chaired by Uganda, and at summit level it was chaired by our president. So our president committed us that we are going to implement the CADIP, the Kampala Declaration. What was it all about? Its aim was to transform agri-food systems of Africa by boosting production, expanding value addition, facilitating inter-Africa trade, and then creating jobs to build resilient systems while leveraging on sustainable practices and inclusive policies. When I was listening this morning and such things were not mentioned, it reminded me of that Soga saying, you know, we signed but we didn't agree. Now if Uganda is part of AU and we are the ones chairing and we are Kampala Declaration and everybody is busy finding money for this Kampala Declaration to be implemented, maybe it would be nice, instead of looking for other things, look at what CADIP has actually researched, told us, so that we domesticate it and implement it, hopefully. Having said that, I want to sum up what the Kampala Declaration is all about. Really, all it said is whatever you do, for as long as you are producing in Africa, produce value chain by value chain. Meaning, if you are talking about coffee, for example, don't just talk about coffee. Talk about the people producing the coffee. Talk about the people transporting the coffee. Talk about the people drying the coffee. Because like right now, let me share this with you because I have to keep sharing it so that I stop feeling like I'm going to cry whenever I talk about it. When I'm not here doing this, I'm the chair of the Best Farmers Competition in Uganda. So as you know, 2024 was fantastic in Masaka and Southwest as far as coffee is concerned. So we arrive in Ruengo, and there is this farmer, honestly, whatever question you asked, he got 100%. That is until we asked him, how do you dry your coffee? So we got to see the drying place, and as we arrived, because this was in the morning, the coffee is being brought out to be dried, and it was all white. So I said, you see, I was in Uganda, where I felt like I was going to cry. I had a winner. Now the winner went and just committed suicide the coffee. When we do the CADIP thing, all they are talking about is value chain. If you are talking about cotton, look at everything, including research, including agronomy, everything until the cotton has become a trade. So we are here about value addition, but my insistence is this value to be consistent. Because we are do that, especially and the girls, because it is the girls who become the women. So having said that, I would like to call upon whose names I don't remember. What to do is ask me to me to be the first one to speak and introduce himself. Over to you. I'm going to make him stand up. He just had lunch. I'm sure he stand up.
Thank you so much. Honorable ones, honorable, as honorable. I salute you, ladies and gentlemen, and I thank the Lord who has brought you here. And we're having a good time in Musevenomics. We're enjoying Musevenism. We who are Musevenists. Thank you, I salute you. Gentlemen, can you please put up my video? General Saleh's video, actually. I'm the gentleman he called Engineer Chibuka, the one who is supposed to give you the land solutions in Nakaseke, using Namukekera Rural Industrial Center as a case study. Honorable, I salute you. My name is Engineer Chibuka Sempeva Ronald. I'm the technical assistant to General Salim Saleh. I'm an engineer by profession. I'm a mechanical engineer, electromechanical engineer. I'm also a food processing engineer. And finally, I'm a scientist. I salute you. Can you play the video? Yes. Let's first watch this video. You will, and then I'll proceed with the remaining remarks. Thank you. Thank you.
East Africa's economy and brings revolution from electricity power capacity of 3,500 megawatts and performed with a whole year-round solar storage. A young
Hello.
Having started in 2013 under the visionary initiative of the President of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and the People's Republic of China, under the guidance of the CPPCC chairman, Mr. Wang Yang. Once again, the great leaders chosen Kapeka, Africa's industrial front for the people of Africa, under the flagship of the Liberalization Industrial Park. With the intention of servicing 50 to 80 factories, Liberalization Industrial Park Administration Facility is now a fully fledged one-stop center with ranging from immigration, and custom. The industrial park is built on 5.2 square kilometers with an estimated investment of $600 million. The government of Uganda has ensured that the direct electricity power station is dedicated to the park to ensure 100% efficiency. The Liberalization Industrial Park has 16 operational facilities that are wholly new food technologies, producing food and export. Gala Foods, producing crispy snacks made from nuts. Dragon Phoenix Electronics, producing whole electronic appliances. Producing flow times. Holograph, producing LED lights. Huawei International Group, producing ceramic, sanitary, and kitchenware. Producing vegetable oils and agriculture tools. Latex, producing cloth and garments. its 8 years, young international investment, producing maize flour, Gota Workwear, manufacturing industrial shoes and uniforms, eBay, producing stockings, 6 cornerstones, producing travel bags and backpacks, Noble Electronics, licensed to produce Hisense Electronics. The government assists and investment initiatives such as free trade zone policies, 10-year tax holiday on income tax, free tax on construction material, plant, machinery, vehicle and raw material used for production, with reorientation operational policies such as establishing service systems to ease investors, accelerate the process of investment attractive, promote sustainable development, tightly unite government business relations, have made the Ocean Industrial Park as the most attractive investment destination in the region. The Ocean Industrial Park has brought fundamental change to the people of Kabeka, such as wood roads, electricity, employment, and so many sectors to support more livelihoods of the people. Uganda-China Ocean Industrial Park. Invest with the best.
Now, this beautiful industrial park you see here has a long history, but I'm going to be brief and very brief. It has been transforming. 1903, a company called the Uganda Company was established in London, which took over from the Imperial British East African Company after it collapsed. So that company was in charge of the protectorate called Uganda from 1903 to 1952. So how many of you know that Uganda was run as a company for 52 years? Thank you. So we were a company under the Uganda Company. It was the owner of all the estates that you know that UDC later took on. So 1952, UDC takes over from the Uganda Company with an initial capital of 15 million pounds. So that was the end of the Uganda Company. But 1930, we see Namunkekera in 1907 when they introduced rubber. Rubber was first introduced in Namunkekera. So Namunkekera here has always been industrial since 1907. So it became a coffee, state-of-the-art coffee processing hub in 1930. And it automated. You can imagine that in Uganda we had a fully automated processing facility 65 kilometers from Kampala. It was the one managing Mubende, Buluri, and Chagwe coffee. And they managed to build Namakomago. On your way to Jinja, there is a place called Namakomago after Namagunga. That was also part of the same facility. So 1948, Pravdas Kalidas Shah, the owner of Namunkekera at that time, sold it to Baganda men, Antonio and Mukasa. So they bought it for 2.5 million Ugandan shillings at that time, 2.5. But Pravdas Kalidas Shah, during the Great Distress of 1930, bought the same facility at 150,000 shillings from the British. So he made such tremendous profit. However, this Baganda paid him in cash. They paid installments. In charge of the facility in 1958 and owned it fully in 1966. That is Namunkekera. Unfortunately, at that time, Buganda fell out with the president, then His Excellency Obote. And His Excellency Obote could not see so much Ganda capital to support the Kabaka. So he sought for a policy wave that would change this threat. So by 1969, we had what we call the Common Man's Charter, then a Kivubo Declaration, similar to the Kampala Declaration, something like that. So we had the Kivubo Declaration, a Common Man's Charter, that forced all private capital to work under cooperatives. So all these cooperatives, all these private capital owners had to succumb to being managed by cooperatives. So this is when East Mengo forcefully or by policy took over Nakera, which was under Industrial Coffee Group. So it owned it. And General Salim Saleh, 1977, 1997, bought it from East. But that it was initially a property of industrial coffee growers. And they lost it by policy to East Mengo. So by the time we say 1972, and then the Indians are claiming to be the first who lost capital, it is not true. They had earlier victims who lost capital by policy. So Namukekera is such a case study that at that time, can you put up my slide so that I can exhibit slide? Thank you. Then Saleh takes over this facility. Remember, it was a war-rugged place. After NRA had come in power, it had been disorganized by the war. Next slide. So he had to reorganize it. So this is General Salim Saleh and His Excellency in Moroto, Morulinga, before the State House was built. Now on this day, General Salim Saleh was told by it, please don't sell Namunkekera. One day it will be full of industries. That was almost 10 years before he thought it would become an industry. So this was the beginning of the idea. So it goes back to Namunkekera. Where is it? Down. Next slide. Proceed. Faster. That was the time when the Indian was selling it to the Ugandans. Proceed. Proceed. Now, General Saleh partitioned the land as you see it at that time, 1997. He was housing the Bulemezi farmers, housing pigs. It was like a farm. And next, and if you look at the picture that follows, next slide, next slide. Go. Yeah, there. This was Namukekera after the war. General Saleh mobbed it and he made it a huge garden of maize, and I think it was the best grower of maize. That white stuff you see in the middle is maize. Next. Next. Now, maize gave birth to the first industry in Kapeka. It was Yahe International. But before we proceed, I need to tell you that at this point, he had paid a very big price. You know, Marina in Al Marina in Garuga, that was General Saleh's land. So he had to lose a prime property. He sold a prime property in order to invest in a prime idea. By the time he or that land, that island, semi-island, he had not established Kapeka. He sold that and invested in Kapeka, an idea. So we call that one the investment in a prime idea. Now after that, he had to, because he was the landlord, growing maize and everything, but this idea of the first in the ideas. So he started thinking of how to release the value of land. And you must release its true value. So in order for General Salim Saleh to release the true value of this land, he had to sell it for one. Anyone in the mind would just bidder of maybe 10 billion or whatever billions you would sell the land. But he sold it for $1. Why? To attract investments. He gave the land away for $1 and he attracted Chinese investors. So he got a model called landlord, developer, investor model. So the developer to China and attract investors. And he gave these investors a land. So all they started developing. So now, this symbiosis relationship, it's a symbiosis relationship. He made a deal that any of you would be surprised, because he signed a contract with a developer that for every product that is produced in every industry, I have a percentage. I've given you my land for $1. Whatever you produce in the lifetime of that industry, Jerusalem Saleh financial engineer, because he has earned much more out of his land than he would have earned if he had sold it. Today we sell tiles to down as far as Malawi, and they are crossing into Mozambique. And goodwill has made the biggest import substitution in Uganda today, and we are using locally manufactured, local raw material with 1% import of input. So that is how far we came. Now, from the $1 equation, we attained. Now we were thinking, how do we use this facility to serve the people? So 2017, he summoned a 5-district. That is Nakaseke, Luero, Chankwanzi, Chiboga, and Nakasongola. He did a full land, what do you call it, land evaluation and what would you call it? Sorry, I'm losing my words. We tested the soils. He did a full soil testing. And we got to know which soils were deficient in which district. So we contacted lead farmers. We got our own extension workers. So in this, we were trying to make this an industrial and logistic hub. An industrial and logistic hub. To what effect? As a transformative tool for the farmer. So he turned this facility to benefit the farmers of Nakaseke, Nakasongola, Chankwanzi, and Chiboga. So we got the lead farmers to manage other small farmers, and they were supplying the maize, the mangoes, and the simsim to Yahe. So the farmers became beneficiaries to this facility. So it became transformative. So from a garden into an industrial park, from industrial park into industrial and logistic hub, into PPP, we would call that one a public-private partnership, public-private community partnership. Because at that time, we called on government through NADS to come and support these farmers whom we had got. So this facility, Kapeka, has had an impact on the surrounding community. Before I go there, allow me to tell you that General Saleh paid a very big price to stabilize this facility, because he had to foot the business and ownership. Very soon, the old owners of Namunkekera, who are industrial coffee growers, they came and were stealing their land. Told General Saleh, this land is ours, because we were robbed by policy. They never paid us. And he has had to pay billions. We spoke to government, and then government was like, don't open that can of worms. There's a specific term they use in the law, let the bygones be bygones, do not open. But how do you sit with your neighbor who is discontented? They are the owners of your land, you've developed it, and they're waiting for you to die, and they take their coin, their land. It would be a disadvantage to your children and whoever is benefiting. So he has gone this far, that land. So now, after reaping or harnessing the true value of land, he had to the ownership.
Now, Namukekera Rural Industrial Center is a center that houses an industrial park. It houses heritage farm. It houses Nakate farmers. Houses Napil. So the center houses these. Now, from Glad Farm, there were 6 villages that were due to be evicted. So, on 863 acres. So what General Saleh did was to buy the 863 acres. The villages were seated on 600 acres. So he gave the villages their 600 acres. He retained the 263. A farm, a nucleus farm. So he made it a nucleus farm, and he told the farmers in the 600 acres to be outgrowers of the nucleus farm, called Glad Farm, and now it's called Heritage Farm, a strong coffee hub. So what he did was to give each of these a chapel loan that was in Post Bank. Today, if you go to Kilema, we call it Kilema Land Action Plan, which is also Industrial Center. This house. So it gave us ownership. So as a landlord, he gave ownership people and he gave purpose. And today, Kilema Land, one of the most full land action plans that Uganda can copy elsewhere, or you can transfer the same to other districts for people who have land that is conflicted. First and foremost, you must deconflict the land and then give the land a true value. Lastly, Kapeka has had an impact on its surrounding. Today, when you get the Luero Road, right from Matuga down to Kafu, Luero has become a chicken hub. It's a poultry hub. We produce 1 million eggs per day, and we are supplying 4 million birds to DRC and Kampala and surrounding areas. Besides that, we have pharmaceuticals. We are recycling plastics. And all these ones have linkage to Namukekera. All of them have a linkage. They were influenced and given the appetite by the existence of Namukekera. So today you had Birungi, the UDC saying they are working on Matuga, Kapeka Road. You are never envisaged that there will be a miracle that will happen in Kapeka that will erode the road. That road was eroded by. So today, whoever is putting back that road, they should meet the right tonnage of whatever is being shipped from Kapeka. And we thank government that has put in all the efforts. So today when we talk about Namukekera, for us who are living the journey and the dream of Namukekera, we are proud because it has come to the international scenes and it has brought us so much hope and pride. And similarly to this is Mbale, also a baby of Kapeka. And many more are coming in the same. So this is why General Saleh is proud to introduce to you and also present this industrial park and where it's coming from. Honorable, I wanted to be brief and precise, and I thank you, and that has been my presentation to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Chivuka. I'm definitely sure some people will have questions to ask you, but until then, I'll just keep you there and then request to us.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. My name is Rocheru Agre, and I thank you all for this opportunity for us. I work with Uganda Breweries, and I'm very privileged that we have gotten this opportunity to tell our story and the benefits we've seen, especially on LRM. On our LRM journey, that is local raw materials, since 1987. I won't go back as far as 1903, like my colleague, Engineer Chibuka, but I'll start from 1987. So, all talk observed, I greet you all. Uganda Breweries is just there in Port Bell. We are a subsidiary of East African Breweries, also which belongs to our parent company, Diageo. Our theme is celebrate life. That is our purpose, celebrate life every day, everywhere. And that is why we are responsible for making the social lubricant that you all enjoy. I'm sure most of you enjoy it. Our brands, Guinness, Tuscalite, Senator, don't worry, it is somewhere there in me still. Yeah, so our journey begins in 1987. Just for context, raw materials on our P&L actually accounts for about 40 to 42%, yeah, of our COGS. That is cost of goods sold. So to make every beer, we have spent about 40% of that on cereal, barley, sorghum, maize, yeah. So I'll start from 1987, 1 year after the government took over. We had, I think it is Dr. Muhumuza who talked about it around, Dr. Ezra Suruma, the challenges with the foreign exchange. So at that point, we were doing, to make beer, is just, you need 4 major components: malt, hops, that is for the flavor, you need water, and you need yeast to ferment the simple sugars and give you the beer. So around that time, we're doing largely malt, but because of the challenges with the foreign exchange, we decided to venture into local raw material. That is, we wanted to see how best would get barley locally. So we went into trials around Mount Elgon, some other areas, but these were not really successful. Some of them we had partnerships with. And then around 1997, during the liberalization of the economy, this was stopped. Importation now of malt became really cheap, so we went full blast, 100% malt to make our beer. Also, just to explain that malt is actually, it comes from barley, but it is barley that is pre-germinated. You germinate the barley a little bit, arrest it, then condition it, and then you get the malt. The science there is a bit also complex for me. I'm an engineer by profession. Yeah. So around the time we were just importing malt completely 100% to make our beer. So fast forward around the early 2000s with this was the key turning point where we had the government support. That is with local brews excise duty incentive. So for every brew or every beer that you make, that is 75% where you use 75% of locally sourced and grown raw materials, we had very good benefits of the excise duty. So of course this triggered a lot of innovations. That is when you start seeing brands, and others, some which have even been phased for now. But so we even expanded our barley growing. Places in Bundibujo, Kabale, Kanungu. We are now in Zombo. Other raw materials that we have also used, of course, with that incentive, now we had to innovate. So instead of using 100% pure malt, which we are importing, we, as UBL, we use malt. So we started through innovation. So instead of the malt, you're now using sorghum, you're now using maize. These are all grown locally. And you start doing the science to get the same quality of beer. That is why our Guinness has never been different and has always been among the best in the whole of Diageo. That is the whole world. Yeah. So with that, now, even for sorghum, we start venturing into other places. The Bunyoro, we have gone to Teso, Acholi, Lango. Maize, I think for it is all over the place. Yeah. So, a kind of value chain to the rest of Uganda. But in simple terms, if, for example, maybe just to urge you, I know the story right now is coffee, but there are also huge benefits on barley. I was actually thinking to myself, why am I not benefiting significantly more from that 12 billion that Dr. Muhum about that is plugged into the every. So I'll do the calculation on barley. Maybe that will attract you also to come and join us. And the advantage is for things like Arabica coffee, they grow between, I think, 1.5 to 1.8. Beyond that, if you own a hill somewhere, you can put there barley. It survives, it thrives actually in very cold conditions. So 2,000 and above, you can plant there barley instead of free. And then you partner with us and you also earn something. Yeah, so our actual value chain starts with, we are working with about 35,000 farmers who have also the communities which they influence. Yeah, the sustainability of this industry, for our case like Uganda Breweries, we are employing 600 staff, 30% are ladies. Yeah, we are sourcing 1,000 metric tons from our farmers, and we are plowing back 40 billion UGX. That is about 11 million US dollars. That is annually. That is a bit far off from the coffee, but we are doing well either way. Yeah. So we have also about, now that is from the sourcing arm, we go ahead and pay taxes over 500 billion UGX annually. That is another part of our value chain. So after the product is actually made, the beer has been converted, the grain has been converted to wort and now is beer and packaged and onto the market. Now we have over 81 these are what we call CDs, white beer, over 81 across the country. Over 1,000 people as well, equal households that have been from this entire value chain. We do not only stop there, but for those distributors, they have stockists and other outlets which they supply. These are equally over 35,000 across the country. So by and large, the community is really, really benefiting from the value chain of this beer and the sustainability of this industry, which is largely hinged on that government incentive on LRM that has triggered a lot of innovations to sustain the industry. So in summary, beer that you enjoy, it is actually made by Ugandans, for Ugandans, sourced raw material in Uganda and benefiting the community in Uganda. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uganda Breweries. Could you put up your hand if you're a beneficiary of the diesel lubricants? So, thank you, Uganda Breweries. You've got a lot of supporters. I drink club because I'm from Jinja. So, the two gentlemen have made the presentations. I have been informed that if you have any burning questions to either of them, you ask now, or else you can wait until question and answer time. Any burning questions now? Okay, yes, please. Can somebody give him a microphone, the gentleman in white? Meantime, he's there. Meantime, I'll ask to Ingenia Chivuka. You are more or less about contract farming, and I'm just, how far do you go If, for example, I grow my milk, can I be your contractee, your contractor? Question. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kibuka. And I have a very simple. Yes, my name is Julius Kiza. I'm a student by profession. Question is very simple. How to understand Kapeka model? You sold the land for $1. Therefore, the land changed ownership. And then you go on to say the landlord forges a landlord-investor partnership. How does that work when you have sold land? How did the landlords own it for $1? My second question is, Kapeka seems to sound like a private sector model. It does not come as a government-led model of transforming. So where is the Musevenomics? Thank you very much.
Please go ahead and answer.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Yes, Kapeka is a little bit like contract for 3,232 farmers owning 14,000 acres. And these are the people. We established the first ever farm service center in this country, in Kapeka, the farmers' supermarket. So from that farmers' supermarket called the Farm Service Center in Kapeka, the farmers come and access, they come at subsidized costs. With the two options, they either pay upfront or of their produce. And we don't leave them ones we up in their farms. We farms on the GPS. So have, and we are continuously with them. So that is how we're Kapeka model. Out of his land, I gave a portion, 3/4 of the land, at $1. But they were contract agreement between him and the developer at that one. Okay? So out of that agreement with the contractor, that there is a negotiation symbiosis relationship. It is a symbiosis, amoeba relationship. I mean, depends on the developer depends on the investor, and the other way around. It's also true. In this model of the investor is always answerable to the land contract investor made with the developer. This is where applies that for whatever product your investor would buy, a bottle, whether a sweet, a shirt, whether a case, have a percentage. And why a man can sit in Gulu because of that contract, because he's a financial engineer. So for anyone who has land and you're willing to release the truth of that land box, you cannot be the owner of the you want to develop it. It is impossible. You need someone else of the land, but you create a relationship that is everlasting. You don't detach yourself. So how is this? Because he says, after asking 6 questions, he says, therefore, the state of the factors of production at each of these stages, dawn of colonialism, at Idi Amin, and so when you say factors of production, land, So Kapeka is has land, okay, released its true, liberated it from as comfortably from it, okay, at a cost which he has liberated. So now Mukekera model is for everyone to study and understand. Many, actually thousands of land that you're not using that could be turned into this SM, and they're distorted. So my brother, the student who is, you should go with number one, landlord developer investor model, which you should pick interest in. Call it the $1 equation to release the true value of land. Release the true value of land. And then resolve all distortion so that you can comfortably earn from it. That's in Kapeka to submit.
No, yeah. You submit. Yeah. About my
Most amendment to work with General Salim Saleh from another department. He told me you must establish service center. If you don't do fired, you have no. So in Chivuka standing here with another gentleman called Mr. Shen, a brother to General Saleh, a Chinese brother. We were establishing the farm service center as a supermarket for the farmer. How did we do it? You get the raw materials like equator seed, fika seed, give them a platform. And then you say you're going to supply subsidized cost to my farmers because your seed is idle in the stores. And then they came and agreed, so they established mini shops within our supermarket. So our farmer says, I prefer any other seed. And then we also have tractor service. And then we also have demonstration farms of how each of those seeds is performing. So the farmer makes a right choice. Now, what we did was to go and GPS map the Vibanja and land. Some of them have Vibanja, others have land, okay, have titles. Us who are looking at this So that equation is that. So we were free to invest in soil testing using Professor Zake of Makerere. We did soil testing of all those districts. It was costly, very costly to the general, but as a revolutionary, he's a revolutionary. As a revolutionary, he did it out of his own pocket. But we had to do it so that we can give them fertilizer they need. So we supplied all these 3,000 plus farmers with fertilizers, and we gave them input, but in an arrangement. We had an arrangement with them. Some of them paid cash, others we offset from their produce when they deliver at the industries. So that was the arrangement, sir.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Yeah. My time is done, but I will let you ask a question if you can do it quickly, please.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is David Kihangire, Bank of Uganda Emeritus. I have two questions to both presenters. One is relating to the financial sector. I think the messages we seem to have got as in the plenary here is that the cost of credit is prohibitive, and the financial cost, the cost of capital is not supportive of the economy. But I wish to believe that one of the main achievements under Musevenomics has been the resolution of financial repression. At the dawn of 1986, the economy did not have enough savings to provide for working capital and or investment capital. I wish to get it from the two presenters that how they, in their days of operation, engaged in trying to access finance in form of credit, either to the brewery or at Namunkekera. And if so, what has been the experience on the cost of capital? Associated with it is the problem that we are saying, which is question number 2. To what extent has your access to capital, which is the credit, be classified as predatory financing? Predatory financing means that the money you are getting is not helping you in your business, but it's for somebody who is lending you to fleece you off. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. That is detailed, and you're talking to the right person. I've done that history very well too. We started with RFS in Uganda Commercial Bank. RFS was a scheme that was allowing farmers to get credit to buy inputs. I don't know whether you remember RFS. Anyone was RFS? Aha. Then after that, which is also another form of microfinance. Then we went into then poverty eradication plan. After that, we went into NADS. I would tell you, NADS OWC is another micro financing, because you're actually helping the farmer get the inputs free of charge. That is capital. Today, a miracle happened. There has never been so much money with the person at the parish as it is today. Actually, you should clap for His Excellency Yoweri Museveni. Musevenomics. Please clap for the man. Yes, he's the head of this country, and he has served Ugandans right. Because there has never been so much capital in this country like it has been done with the PDM. It has never been there. When a man touches cash, hard cash, 1 million shillings at the parish, this is a miracle. So we may say no working capital, but it is subjective. At what level are you capital for what business?
1 minute.
Yes. 1 minute to go. Oh, no problem. Thank you. So I'm trying to say that there has been access credit by government. Private sector like TGCU, Grain Council, an uphill task with access to credit. When you borrow money at 20%, 18%, your collateral will go. Because it is very hard to break even with the money you borrowed at 18 and 20%. because right credit should be between 5, there are 5%, 9%. That is money you can possibly return. But money borrowed at 18, 20% and above, for sure it is predatory, as you suggest. So if TGC were here, and I think they would give you their experience as that is concerned, at that level. But when we come to the level of our farmer and below, government has catered for that because we run a mixed economy, and in a mixed economy, you must have affirmative action. And this, this has been affirmative action in microfinance. I don't know whether that answers the question.
Thank you, Engineer Agre. You want to take the same question?
So in summary, for Uganda breweries, yes, we have partners where we do some credit financing, but for our farmers, we do not advance any credit. What we do with our we nurture, because of we have scarcity of even across the board. What we are doing with our farmers, as we actually provide, maybe I forgot to mention that, we provide material for planting, we nurture even up to pesticides, we keep until the crop is done and we buy from them. So, but this is largely driven by the level of competition across the region for raw material. So that is how we support farmers. I don't know if that is also close to
is that as you look at the cost of doing business, it's mainly around regulatory and logistical issues that ensure that what the president requires is realized. And as I'll be demonstrating to you when we try to summarize the Musevenomics, Musevenomics at the root cause is actually the individual person. Because his main thinking is what embodies everything. Next slide, I've already finished that. Is that what embodies Musevenomics at the core is that. Next slide. The common Ugandan. This slide, I'll spend a bit of a minute or so explaining this slide, is that when you look at the core, the center, this diagram on the side, it sums up the entire Musevenomics. Unlike what Dr. Mhumuza presented, for us, we needed to understand the thinking. What does the man think in the policies he makes? And at that crux, the core is the common person in Kiruhura, in Butareja, where I come from, in ensuring that how is his wealth being multiplied. And at macro level, that comes up to integrate itself into a people-centered, integrated, and resilient modern society. Now, how do you make this individual at macro level well off? It comes up to the next crux, is you try to utilize the resources he has. And these resources are mainly the factors of production. That is labor. For those who are poor, at least they have the manual labor to deliver. It's the capital. For those of you, there are those who have capital, then it's the land that I'll be talking to briefly, and then what we have included as entrepreneurship. But in that conversation, there is a notion that says probably knowledge is part of that conversation. So the next crux for you to be able to unlock those factors of production, for them to be able to deliver the integrated wealth you need for an individual and generally the economy, you need science, and that's the knowledge economy. And the president goes on far to tell you missed out as a country when the revolutions were happening in other countries. So how do we use science to ensure that the land you have, the capital we have, the labor we have is able to be propagated to ensure that it creates more? This cannot happen without what we call the foundation, that is infrastructure, health of the people, governance and security, education. And for this to happen, therefore, then you're able to unlock the production that comes through financial agriculture, industry, services, and ICT. But ultimately, for money to come to people's pockets, you must be looking at the market. So the market is both not only internal, but that's when you talk about Pan-Africanism. Because Uganda alone cannot produce what the entire, if it produces, it needs a market to be able to make the money that we require as a citizenship. Now, in summary, I think if you unpack the entire Musevenomics, it's mainly about bringing money into people's pockets, the common Ugandan. How do we ensure money comes into people's pockets? So, and how do these people use this for action? Through science and technology to deliver. Next slide. The next slide is what we are trying to explain, is that on one side, this is the production function. You are trying to deliver for the market. If you are going to make resources, you are going to make people well off, they must be engineered to ensure they are producing using the factors of production, and therefore, if we deliver this diagram, we're able to generate the wealth creation as a nation, and then generate the higher output and surplus in order to drive the Musevenomics. In the next slide, therefore, we said that for you to be able to achieve this diagram you're looking at, the cost of production is lubrication. To be able to get efficiency in the factors of production, address the lubrication. if the production is very expensive, you are not going to be able to harness the factors of production. You are not going to be able to harness the science to be able to produce competitively in the market. That's why the cost of production comes into the conversation. In the next slide, is that the cost of production is the engine through which is the oil that lubricates the efficient use of the existing resources we have as a country to be able to produce competitively for the market and be able to build the integrated and resilient economy that the president has been aspiring. So to unpack this, there, when my colleague has gone, Dr. Birungi, but in NDP 2, we are trying to have a conversation. Is if we are to safely and be able to utilize the resource of production we have, we need to unlock the binding constraints. And these binding constraints are in the infrastructure. That's the diagram I put, the cracks, the third level. We need to be ensured to unlock the infrastructure. We need to ensure we unlock ICT. We need to ensure we unlock regulatory efficiency and taxes. So if you are to arrive at that core of the wealth of common individual, the commodities must be transported to the market. As a country, we have invested particularly in the first NDP 1 and NDP 2 in quite good road infrastructure. If you look at the numbers on top there, if you compare the road volume we had in 1986, it has increased over 7-fold. So when we came from 60 megawatts to about 2,300 megawatts. In terms of ICT, you'll see that we have come from far. In the past, we used to use both. Now we have very good ICT network. But as I'll be talking to it in a little bit more detail, we still have a long way. In terms of regulatory efficiency, we have put up so many one-stop centers, the way Chibukas. Namkekera, for instance, has that one center shopping place where it can unlock the factors of production in that area. But also in terms of tax policy, the tax policy has been kind, particularly to the large manufacturers. And as Engineer Chibuka has put, is that we are not yet there, but government has tried to provide a bit of financing through capitalization of UDB and the PDM. But there's a long way to go, as I'll be talking to in the next slide. In the next slide, IT team, you're about to behind. Next slide. No, the one before that. Now, if you look at the cost drivers, you can sum them up into 6 highs as follows. 1, the cost of capital. One can say cost of finance or cost of credit. I'll be talking to each of them in a bit detail. 2, the cost of electricity. Actually, to look at the cost of electricity, you need to embed it a little bit generally, because it's not about the price of electricity at a policy level of 5 cents, but it's also the cost of lack of electricity, the cost of these disruptions we have been having. All these, when a generator is running, it is increasing your energy costs. The third, the high cost of transport. The turnaround for you as you unlock the factor of production from the factory to the market is too high. Does it make Uganda competitive to where we want to go? The fourth is the ICT costs. In the modern world where we are moving to AI and different digital technologies, you need extension service for the rural farmer to be on by fingertip of the phone. But can he afford a phone? So these are some conversations that we need to have in the room. The fifth is the regulatory red tape. Very inconsistent, complicated, whereby UNBS, if UNBS is in the room, is geared more to closures than to sort out, help the farmer or the business person be able to sustain production. Therefore, jobs being lost. And then we lose the cracks. Then the last is what I refer to as other factors of production. And here we have issues related to land and labor. The right skills in labor, the right land issue, the land question. I'll be talking to those a bit as I contribute to the Namkekera question that has been discussed here. In detail, if you go to next slide, in terms of finance, as a focus, this country, we need to sort out finance to work for the common person. The current financial market does not work for a common Ugandan. At the interest rates of 17 to 20%, short-term in nature, can never support an agriculturist even with money. Because immediately he borrows, before even he plants, the bank wants their repayments back. So meaning we are losing out on so many genius investment opportunities because the finance is not working for that common person. It's short-term in nature, impatient in nature. So the conversation we are trying to have here going forward is that how do we unlock this finance? I've heard people talking about we need a commercial bank, policy-owned commercial bank. From NPA, we meet there, and it has already some banks, interest in Post Bank, interest in private, interest in housing finance. 2 days ago, I was told that we also have a bit of interest in Eco Bank. So we have done a paper which says if we are to have a conversation that is financial market, in bank, all you need is to capitalize these banks and grow them to about 21% of the entire financial market. But it goes way, way deeper. I'm happy that the next panel is NSSF coming on board. Because when it borrows in this financial market, it crowds out the market. The solution is that government is not going to stop borrowing. Governments worldwide borrow from this market. But we are facing is we are borrowing from a shallow market. How do we ensure we deepen this market? By having the right pension conversation. How do we deepen our pensions? Could we have maybe 4 more pensions? Change the public service pension, have local governments with their own pension to deepen the same market. So those are the conversations that are going forward. In the next high is the issue of high energy costs. Now, the conversation has been mainly around the price of electricity, but we broaden this a little bit further, that power outages also contribute to that cost. Worse still, those who don't have electricity are even running generators and going to more expensive mechanism in order to produce. So if we are to produce and be able to arrive at the Musevenomics, the cracks, money in people's pockets, jobs created economy, we need to unpack that issue. I will propose something controversial. The 5 may not be the right conversation we should be having. The conversation should be first, before we talk about 5 cents per industries, we should first make this electricity reliable and accessible to all at all times. Because if you have the conversation of 5 cents with the people who already have electricity, it's like having a conversation about polygamy among the married people. Women, majority of them will say polygamy should be banished. But if you had the same conversation among women who are 35 years old and above, they will force all men to marry at least more than 2 women, because they are looking for men but they are not getting them. So what is the bigger energy problem we have as a country is that we need to ensure that all those people in rural areas who have those maize mills, electricity reliable and accessible at all times, because the mechanism they are relying to of using generators and other mechanisms is way, way more expensive than the existing electricity. That's a conversion you can have. The next slide is the issue of transport. Transport costs are high for a landlocked country like Uganda. Because a landlocked country like Uganda, turn around, you cannot compete with Kenya, an industry that's near Mombasa, that spends just a few hours to put on, to deliver their container on the ship. So as a country, while we have done a lot in trying to improve the road network, we disagree with the presentation of Muhomoza in the morning, is that we shouldn't go SGR. SGR is non-negotiable for a country like Uganda. But more importantly, we need a multimodal transport network, ensuring that not only are we talking about SGR, but we are using Lake Victoria optimally. Because Lake Victoria can be able to unlock the Tanzania and the Kenyan route more cheaply, and we use their SGR to be able to deliver commodities in Uganda. So this, for Ugandan farm that is in somewhere, I'll use for instance Kapeka, you cannot compete with the Chinese tiles due to your transport costs, because what you are producing is very bulky, unless you are delivering within the region. So how are we going to sort this out? We need that multimodal transport network to be able to deliver the goods at a way cheaper price than to make us more competitive. Within the next slide, if you look at ICT, and from ICT I already talked to it, is that if we are to deliver, because ICT is an enabler, it's supposed to propagate reduce the entire cost of production by giving us innovative ways to deliver. And I use the example of extension, but you can use it for everything else. There's e-health, e-education, e-everything. So for a farm, if we are to reduce cost of these ICT services, you can be able to outsource labor, you can be able to outsource technologies in order to produce much better. However, while we have done a good job in trying to reduce the cost of smartphones, they are still way too high. Some parts of the country do not have right internet. How do we sort this out if we are to ensure we have balanced growth? Lastly, in the next slide, this could be for me the biggest of all of them. Last but not least is the high regulatory tape. You find a complex and costly tax tax mechanism whereby it forces people to go to the informal sector. Here, we also have the regulatory framework, particularly for those who try to formalize, is very bad. Because if somebody decides to build a flat, other than going to KCC and you get the right license, if you got the same amount of money and put it in an industry in order to create the jobs and sort out the incomes of Uganda and create more employment and deliver more exports, and enter what economists refer to as a tradable market, the regulation you get is immense. The first day you open up, you'll get NFA on your door. My friend was stayed there next to me. NEMA will be on your door, UNBS will be on your door. All kinds of regulation that are trying to fail you. Even the regulation itself is inconsistent. It treats somebody else different from the other person. So how do we ensure we sort this out? For those farmers, if Alan was here from whom I would have told you, is that the only way they survive is by trying to cut corners around the regulation controls. Big in this is the government is a big culprit. When we procure goods, we don't pay on time. Close to about 7 trillion of private sector money is lying within government as arrears. So all that is a regulatory tape that we need to sort out in order to address the issue of doing business and reducing the costs. Then you find that the regulatory work does not Ugandans. That requires more people, extension workers. That requires, I liked the way Honorable Victoria Secretary put it, that requires more agriculturists, but we are bringing out more lawyers, more administrators, more human resource managers. How do we change this conversation? 2, the soft skills. The education system is not teaching the soft skills. Commitment to work. I'll give you an example I faced yesterday. I normally do lunch walks. So as I walked out, it wasn't yet lunch, but I decided let me not sit on my desk long, so I decided to walk out just outside the office. Then I realized my shoe had a bit of dust, so I went to a cobra and told him, help me polish up this shoe so that I go back to office. I got him having some tea and eating something. He told me, wait until I finish my tea. So I told him I'll come back. Do you think I'll go back? That's a mentality issue. Why not first make money that's going to pay for the tea? So these are the issues we need to sort out in terms of labor. It's the issues of scaling, it's issues of the right mindset, it's issues of people willing to work and be able to deliver, but it's also issues of matching the training to the skills that we need in the country. Around land, we have a complicated land tenure system as a country. The issue of land tenure insecurity, speculative pricing. In Kampala here, the cost of land is a mess. It cannot drive, the private sector cannot drive growth. So how do we sort this out? Now, the Namkekera model gave us a very good example that we can pick from. And we did do a study that showed that as long as you sort out land issues and you're able to title all the land becomes a marketplace. So an investor will be willing to come in. But the issue we need to first sort out is the issue of trust. For instance, communal land in northern Uganda, if you sorted out the trust issues and registered it very well, you can use the model now we are using for Atiak sugar. There will be an investor who comes in, the land does not lose ownership, but there is an arrangement, a contract between the owner of the land and the investor, and even the grandkids will continue feeding from that land forever without them losing the land. But the missing link is how do you ensure this land comes to the market? Need to sort out issues of ownership, need to sort out issues of land registration so that somebody knows whom to negotiate to. Currently, you don't know if you should negotiate with the Kivanja person, you should negotiate with this person, so you don't know who actually owns the land. With that problem, it will continue driving costs of business. In entrepreneurship, we need to sort out issues of mindset. You need to sort out issues of business management to ensure that our people, well, we are good entrepreneurs, but we are not good at keeping business. We go into business because of necessity. You need to survive. And yet business, you should go into a business because of opportunity. So how do we ensure that our entrepreneurs are opportunity seekers, not necessity seekers? Lastly, as in my last section, as planners, we are not here just to lament. We are doing something about reducing this cost of doing business. And one thing you realize is that where we are moving, we are putting first and foremost the household at the center, in line with the Musevenomics. 2, we are trying to ensure that for this household to be able to deliver and produce, we address issues that lead to cost reduction. 3, we focus on unlocking structural constraints and targeted reforms to lower cost of doing business. And more specifically, we have interventions in the plan that are addressing the 6 highs I talked about. Also, policy and project priorities are designed to lower cost of businesses in NDP4. In the next slide, the one that is on now, is that it attests to what I'm talking about, is that when you look at the priorities, these are the priorities of under the NDP4. And they are also the priorities of the national budget in the next 5 years. This time we said we shouldn't be doing everything. Let us narrow our priorities to about 10 to 11 priorities, starting with 1, and all of them you will see they're in a way tailored to cost of doing business. 1 is the issue of full modernization of the economy. 2, value addition in agriculture. Because our people are producing, they are selling their things in primary or they are not getting the right price. So we are saying value addition in actually 3 areas. ATMs, the ones we refer to as ATMs, agriculture, tourism, and minerals. So we are using the factor of production, the resources we have, to ensure how do we ensure we get much more from it and create money for our people. 3, how do we use STI? In that diagram I showed you, science and technology are very important in unlocking the economy, making it effective. The fourth is similar to 1. That's why I normally refer to them as 10 to 11, because we have already started EDM and EMIOGA, these wealth creation initiatives that he keeps talking about in his wisdom. So how do we ensure that we use PM and EMIOGA, but more important, it's not our people, but in them in right interpret and how to manage the entire value chain, as the Honorable Secretary demonstrated. Is around the infrastructure, reducing the cost. First, existing infrastructure with what is more in Kampala now, what is a full construction, but more important, SGR is non-able for such a landlocked country, because 6 highs I put, it was number 4, transport costs. Then we are talking about reducing the, and here it's not about to DB alone. Earlier the organizers of this conference wish we had had just a conversation on finance alone, because this cost of credit is if you unpack just finance alone for this country, we are joking as a country, because we need indeed to create it. That's the conversion we need to have. How do we have disruptive, innovative financial mechanisms that shake up the Stanbics and Citibanks of this country, able to fund a common person? So we, in the end, entire this and we're proposing. Then we need to sort out how to effective solutions in ensuring that population is healthy and are well educated. Is that we didn't treat symptoms, prevent. I like us to stand up, because that's one way of ensuring you prevent and have a health. And then a country we are struggling with debt, we are prioritizing how do we generate revenue locally to sort out issues. We also prioritizing the issues of full figure. You are among the priorities, the creative industry and sports. Because our younger people, majority are going into that area. So if the focus is to take money in post pockets, you cannot neglect the creative industry, the film, and we are now going to host how do we ensure that to take sports to the next level, to nurture and pay for talent. Then the one we are talking about also, actually at my heart, is the metropolitan area. If you are going to sort out business in this country, you must have Kampala. This, as I know you, from going into a but if we knew there was no traffic, some speedway, you would be willing to sit here for as long as possible. So how do we ensure is our so that when it comes in, his money. But not only that, it's the engine of this economy. So we are saying we need to prioritize Kampala and sort out Kampala to ensure the in terms of traffic jams, in slums, and follow in order to reduce the cost of doing business in this country. Those, in a nutshell, other than physical planning is related to GMA, are mainly the issues we are prioritizing a plan. In interest of time, I'm going to go into the details. The other details are specifics. We are going intervention by intervention in the plan. So we did pick out. Next slide. So you realize that this we give you a bit more, which I'm not going into. Let us the conclusion. Next slide. Next. As we conclude, this is my last slide, is that the key takeaways we need to take away from here is that at the core of Musevenomics is wealth creation to ordinary citizen. At that, so when you see them moving around wealth creation, you need to understand from. At his heart is the common new. So he thinks, how do we ensure that if a person has 1,000, this land is multiplied by, say, 10 times to get more. This at macro level integrate to a modern, independent, integrated, and self-sustained economy, driven by the resource, abundant resource that are under the factors of production. For us to achieve this, we need to sort out the high cost of doing business, the 6 highs. And I'll repeat myself. 1, high transport costs. 2, electricity costs. 3, high ICT costs. 4, cost of finance. The high regulatory barriers that are failing our people. And sorting out the immense in other factors of production, land in particular. Then the people of interventions, and through the budget, we sit closer with Minister of Finance. We hope to start addressing each of them as we are trying to push this country to a 10-fold growth and faster growth of about $600 billion in the next 15 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Dr. Suman, for giving us that part of the drivers, and I love that you explore each and every driver and try to find a solution for it. I won't go back on what you discussed earlier. Just allow me to invite our next session chair, who is going to do the very, very last conversation of the day, and this is another panel, a very powerful panel that is going to be discussing part of what the day has entailed. And allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite Dr. Sarah Wasagali-Kanabi, who is the chairperson of the Electricity Regulatory Authority, to come and take on our next panel discussion, where we're going to have the National Social Security Fund. We will have Uganda Development Bank coming on board as well, the Grain Council of Uganda, Uganda Revenue Authority, and National Water and Sewerage Corporation, more about the services as well. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Sarah, taking us on for the very final one.
God is good all the time. Distinguished participants, with all of protocol observed since morning, I stand on it. Dr. Sarah Wasagali-Kanabi is my name, the body chairperson, Electricity Regulatory Authority. Permit me to also say something about ERA. We regulate the electricity supply industry, and we are committed to sustainable supply for socio-economic transformation in the country. Permit me also to inform you that as a regulator, we are committed. The tariff continues on the downward trend, of course balancing the interests of various stakeholders. And as I talk, we have achieved at least for extra large industries for off-peak period. And also in our work as a regulator, we have been ranked the best regulator on the African continent for the last 5 years consecutively. I have my CEO, engineer, the command of the land forces in the energy sector. Thank you. The electricity supply industry is headed by, and we thank the President of the Republic of Uganda for empowering us. Mr. is a woman, the PS is a woman, the body chair of the regulator is a woman, the CEO is a woman, and go on and so on. So we are proud of General for, and we proudly call ourselves in energy. The last car gave the most whips. So without further, permit me to invite the panelists this afternoon. First, we have NSSF representation. I hope it's still around. NSSF, are you still around? Okay, kindly come over the seats. You give a round of applause to NSSF. Uganda Development Bank representative, are you still around? If are still around. DB, where's UDB? Okay, give him a round of applause. Grain, the grain most man, woman, Uganda Revenue Authority. Here we are not going to boxes. You are right. They are not here. And then the National Water and Sewerage Corporation. Oh, most welcome. Engineer. Give him a round of applause. I don't know why this is not since morning, but next time. Also a member of the Development Forum, extreme left. Kindly come over, you introduce yourself, and then give us a brief about what you do for this country in light of Musevenomics.
As brief as I can. Well, that many of you, we are standing between you and the traffic jam. For any country to develop well, if you look at what the Asian tigers about, one, China, Malaysia, and even countries like of recent Vietnam, one of the ingredients they have, the investment in their own countries, is rate. If you look at Taiwan, sorry, my name is Patrick Ayota, Managing Director of NSSF. So these countries took off as Asians when their long-term savings hit about 33%. 30%. It made their own domestic money to drive domestic. They did not have to go to donors. Percent as government. Uganda today, we get 12%, and most of it is with NSSF. Part of the discussion that is going on here, in terms of how do you look at the cost of capital and credit, we approach it from the supply side of capital. That over the other things to do with NSF is to bring the savings rate of Uganda to about 20, both voluntary and mandatory. And that's something. But in doing that, there's something that I wish the NDP4 could look at. Like that borrowing cost of 70% too high. I agree. But who is the main borrower of this money? Yesterday, the government of Uganda issued a call to borrow 2.4 trillion shillings. We participated in it. And the cost at Patrick Ayota 17% when he can put that money in a government bond. There is no way that a money lender is going to lend you off the street at 17% when they could buy a bond. So why is that we have such an appetite to borrow at 17% as a government? And that is the benchmark rate at which everything else is driven. I suggest that one of the things we really need to think through our government, look at why we're spending that money, where we're spending it, is it aligned to a very thing that we're trying to put up? Because if we don't, it does not matter. You will still be, even when NSF collects 23%, we'll still buy that government bond at 17%. We are doing that now because that's the opportunity that we see ourselves. So what is that we want to do as a government, as Ugandans? That the government doesn't borrow at that rate, because they set up the benchmark for which everybody else will lend to any of us on the streets. We need to discuss that. Secondly, I just want to touch one more thing, and I call the cost of uncertainty. When we talk about a market, someone says there is a market, I'm going to tell you something and a story. I had a friend of mine, she planted beans in Nakasongala last season, 5 acres of beans. She got 500 kilograms out of 5 acres of beans. But she was happy. All along she was told there's a market for beans in Nakasero. There's a clear road from Bombo, from Nakasongala to Nakasero. Time of harvest came. She could not sell those beans at a cost, at a price she thought. So I said, but how can you only get 500 kilograms of beans from 5 acres? Why didn't you put fertilizers so that you would get more kilograms from your garden? She said, Patrick, I have a 500 kilogram problem now. If I had put fertilizers, I would be having a 3,000 kilogram problem. And there lies something about the market. The market is not a market unless it is certain, is predictable for that farmer. So when the farmer begins to grow, the farmer knows who is buying it. The farmer knows even at what price. What Nile breweries are doing, what EABL is doing, what Namukekere, it to create that certainty. And we need it at a national level. Just work on something with the UDF. Mr. Katende is very, very involved. UDC, we've been working with that. The Green Council, we've been working on it to bring the certainty in agriculture as NSSF. Because we believe that if we help the market get organized, negotiate for these markets within and outside Uganda. So when the farmer says, I'm going to plant beans, they know who is going to buy those beans out. If they're going to buy coffee, today everybody's so excited about coffee. The price of coffee are high. But guess what? That's because Brazil had issues with their weather. What happens if Brazil gets their act together? What happens? Because as a country, we've never looked at the market side of economics. We look at the demand, we look at the supply side. The farmer needs affordable financing. True. Farmer needs post-harvest handling. True. The farmer needs transport. True. But we never answer the question, where is the farmer going to sell this thing in a clear manner that drives uncertainty out of agriculture? Agriculture is 80% of our economy. The day we take out uncertainty, that's 80% of our people can grow with the confidence. That young lady would easily put fertilizers in that garden because she knows there's a market. So we're working on a plan. And our thing is, with us, we're coming from a very selfish perspective. Remember I told you that we need to grow our GDP savings? The only way we can have that farmer save with an SSF is I bring value to that farmer. I help that farmer identify a market, negotiate for that market, so that now the rest of the ecosystem knows exactly where to deliver that produce for the farmer. And the issues that we have today will actually go away. That's the missing gap. We've never brought certainty about markets to the farmer. We think the market is there, but it's ad hoc. That's why you grow. I had the professor talked about in Kabbalah. He said, we grew barley, but nobody showed up. But if you ask them, who told you to grow barley? Not the market. They just saw somebody growing barley. Oh, I'm also going to grow barley. But that's how our farmers behave in that case. So we work on something as a solution to us until we come out. And we can help them contribute to us, taking uncertainty, which takes out costs. Finally, I'm also directed in the bank. One of the worst things that uncertainty creates is this. Somebody got a loan from the bank, has 2 to 3 years to pay. He or she is performing a service for a government. The government has been promising to pay 1 year in, 2 years in, 3 years out. The loan goes back. The bank can't even structure that loan in a way that, because there is no reliance that the government will pay that loan or whatever the farmer expects on time. So if we can deal with some of these things, which are more behavioral, I think we can change the equation and then support whatever less the NDP is trying to address, and we can build up on Musevenomics, which actually will drive this country. We can actually tell you something interesting. If we sort out agriculture, I've run the numbers. If we sort out agriculture, we can triple Uganda's GDP in 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayota. He has spoken about government setting the benchmark for borrowing rate. I hope somebody in the room is speaking that for policy. And then issues of agricultural productivity and market access, which is at the center of Musevenomics. Dr. Mugisha. You are next.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It wasn't easy to prepare what to say today because the instruction was clear. They said, you say where you were, where you are, and where you are going. Now, when I came here, I had to recalibrate what I should say. My name is Engineer Dr. Silva Mugisha, Managing Director, National Water and Sewage Corporation. So, what I will tell you is how National Water and Sewage Corporation can be relevant to the cost of production, especially in the key areas of NDP 4, and we know them, the ATMs, agriculture, technology, manufacturing, and services. The area where we come in very quickly and directly is the area of manufacturing and the area a real factor. When national water is irregular there, or when our services are not proper there, you will hear the noise very quickly. And what do we do there? Our main concern is, of course, to supply quality water. And when I talk of quality, I talk of technical quality, and I also talk of reliability of services and the price of water. Now, the price of water currently, the way it stands, is 100 shillings per jerrycan in the houses of you rich people. It is 25 shillings per jerrycan at the public water point of a low-income earner, and it is 58 shillings per jerrycan for the industry. And I think that is where Musevenomics comes. Industries, the wealth creators. And the cost of production for national water is about 72 shillings per jerrycan, meaning that for the low-income earners and for the industries, we give them water at below the production cost, deliberately to encourage or to promote industrial growth. We've come from very far. As I talk, we are in 276 towns of Uganda, but we were in 23 10 years ago. And we hope that in 10 years to come, we should be in 417 towns of Uganda. We serve 19.5 million Ugandans, and we are serving 4.5 million 10 years ago. You will wonder why 19.5, because by mandate we are supposed to supply urban water population. The urban water population of Uganda is about 14 million, meaning that we serve beyond the boundaries of urban settings, and we have now started going into the rural areas. So we are covering a bigger population than the population in the urban areas. We have, in 10 years, by 2033, we should be able to serve about 32 million Ugandans. Our network has grown from about 6,000 kilometers. We now have about 23,000 kilometers. And by 2033, we should have grown this network to about 30,000 kilometers. Our asset base is now about 4.6 trillion Uganda shillings, having grown from about 650 billion 10 years ago. And by 2033, we hope to grow it to 6.5 trillion. Our service is characterized by subsidies from government. We are currently able to cover about 63% of our total costs internally using our own resources. And we get about 7% from government directly, and the rest comes from development partners, of course, to government and on-granted to national water, to carry out largely investments. We cover all our costs ourselves. I'm saying all this so that you know that our support to the wealth creators is sustainable. We can do better, and I think that's where the policy should focus, by making agencies like National Water financially reliant, getting as little as possible from the consolidated fund. And the way we shall do it is to encourage government, maybe that can also be a policy direction, to pay their bills. Because currently, government owes National Water 101 billion. 101 billion, meaning that we could have done better than these numbers I've given you if government was paying its bills. 2, policy incentives, taxation. This money which government owes National Water, 100 billion, we have already paid VAT on it because of the VAT law. The VAT law is such that you bill and you pay, even when you have not collected the what? The money. So that is very, very constraining to National Water, and I think it needs to be sorted out. There's no point in enabling, the error is here. You know the kind of incentives you had given to Meme. I hope you can give the same incentives to UEDCL to maintain the business and to continue supporting wealth creation. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mugisha Silva of National Water and the Sewerage Corporation. Can we now have the representative from Uganda Development Bank?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's already evening. My name is Francis Mwesije. I work for Uganda Development Bank as a chief economist and also director for economic research and knowledge management. UDB is a national DFI or development finance institution. Its sole purpose is to improve the quality of life of Ugandans. The core mandate is to provide financial and non-financial interventions, mainly to catalyze the private sector growth. Private sector also includes a bit of PPPs. I will not dwell much on UDB because that's not why I was called here. I was invited to speak about the cost of capital. Capital being one of the key factors of production. And I thought that to speak about capital, I should start by laying the structure of the financial industry and a bit provide the context. Let me start by talking about domestic credit in Uganda. If you look overall, domestic credit is about 49.2 trillion Uganda shillings. If you disaggregate this by 2, we have net credit to government of about 22.3 trillion and private sector credit of about 25.85 trillion. And so if you look at overall private credit, private sector credit constitutes about 53%. So we start from there, and I like Patrick's submission because he was talking about government borrowing, and you can see how big it is relative to private sector credit. Now, this private sector credit as a percentage of GDP is 13%. Now, put it into context. America's GDP per capita, of course, have gone the extreme. As a rather private sector credit as a percentage of GDP is about 198%. China, 109%. Sub-Saharan Africa alone is about 33%. Our neighbors, Kenya, it's 33%. That is the ratio of private sector credit to GDP. And for Uganda, it's 13%. Rwanda, our neighbor, is 22%. I'm trying to put this into context. So when you speak about capital as a key factor of production, and this is how you compare to the rest of the world, you start poking some questions. And so let's continue. If we look at where this 25.3 trillion is coming from, which is private sector credit, 88% of this comes from commercial banks, UDB as a national development finance institution contributes 6.8%. Credit institutions provide 1.2%, microfinance institutions about 2%, and the rest about 1.7%. So again, this is the structure, commercial banks being the key source of this very small private sector credit. Where does it go? So you have it, this is the supply of it from these financial institutions. That's how small it is relative to the world and to the recommended optimal. But then let's go to where it goes. 12% of this goes to agriculture, of private sector credit. And when I speak about cost of capital and why it's high, it will also give us an idea as to why agriculture is one of the lists, rather of the sectors that takes least of private sector credit. Manufacturing takes about 12.7%, that's about 13%. Buildings, mortgages, construction, real estate takes about 20%. Personal and housing loans take about 24.8%, call it 25%. So essentially, you have 45% of your private sector credit going to buildings, mortgages, real estate, and personal loans. And you know why personal loans? These are mostly salary loans. So the risk premium, the risk component is now coming in. So you have it, it's already small, but the allocation, the deployment of this private sector credit is again biased towards more safer, either relatively safer sectors, sectors that are easier to appraise, real estate, mortgages, and so forth, where you have collateral, and less on some sectors such as agriculture. And as we discuss capital as a factor of production, let's not forget about the other factors of production, land being one of the key components. We talked about land as a key factor, but it also influences the direction of capital. When you have land tenure insecurity, with 80% of your land being under customary holding, with some segments of society not having rights to land, say women, youth, and so forth, it means you're also redirecting capital from them because they cannot secure their credit. Now, let me go to the causes of this high capital. And you've helped me, Patrick. You've spoken to one of the key causes. So when you go to a commercial bank, and when they are gauging to give you a loan, there is a reference rate. If, let's say, the tenor of that loan is short, let's call it 6 months, they will go by a 6-month TB rate. And I think for the latest auction, it was about 12.3%. So already the starting point is 12.3% of interest. If you're looking for long-term funding, I'll give an example of UDB. Recently, we considered going local to raise capital locally because it comes with advantages. One, there is no forex risk. When you borrow from abroad, that money comes here, there is a forex risk to it. So you might even bring it at a relatively lower rate, but when you factor in the forex risk, it balloons, and it's still unpredictable. So we said, okay, let's consider, we ran some models looking at raising money locally. Now, of course, when you go local, depending on where you want to get it from, the reference rate is a 10-year bond. And I think, again, for the recent auction, this was at 17.5. Or you can go for a 20-year bond, which is, again, 17.95. So if you're looking at raising long-term funding, let's say for a DFI like UDB, you want to supplement what you get from government, the only person willing to give it to you at the bare minimum is this risk-free rate of 17.5. But again, as UDB, I would say we don't fund real estate, so most of the sectors we do fund are risky. So the risk premium that comes on top of that will push this higher. And we lend, as a policy, we lend at 12%. So already the local option of raising these resources is out. So if you're talking about private sector credit, you're talking about cost of capital, you start from the bare minimums. Now, for the institutions that borrow even from abroad, we do that as UDB. Lines of credit, of course, government sometimes borrows sovereign borrowing and capitalizes us. But there's a SOFR rate, the benchmark rate, which is like our 10-year or so bond rate, which is of 4.26%. In dollar terms, you put it in Uganda shillings, it goes to about 8%. But this varies. We've called it a global rate. When you bring it home, that changes. The risk premium also varies across countries. Those who have been following Uganda, last year was downgraded to a B from a B plus by Fitch. Now that comes, it has implications on the rate at which you can borrow. You cannot get from SOFR rate. Already you're starting from 4.26 plus that. So you again find that now through engagements, government engagements, you go for concessional or super concessional sources, which are from multilateral institutions that are willing to lend you at a lower rate, because of course we have a government guarantee, and the government, of course, based on the relationships. And that's how you try to mobilize concessional. Now the question is, can we do something about this? And I would say yes, which is my last component of this submission. I can say yes. We can do something on the risk premium because, and the costs of operation. Because the key driver, the ultimate cost that is passed on to the final beneficiary or consumer, it will be that benchmark rate plus the cost of administering that money and the cost and the risk premium. What can we do about the risk premium? It comes back to the preparedness, and that's why some of the banks direct this money to, say, real estate and some other sectors that are seemingly less risky. So this is where everyone, each one of us, is responsible. How can we reduce formalization? Is one of the key ways of reducing risk premium. When a bank is considering to give money to someone, there is what they call KYC. You want to know about that customer. Now, if it is informal, no records, no nothing, already they are starting from a risky point of view. You don't know them. So if they are formalized, they are keeping books of accounts, you can tell how their cash flows have been moving. It reduces, you factor that in. And that's why in the banking sector, you find some people called premium borrowers. Some might get their money at 16%, and others are getting at 25%. Farmers get it at even much more higher rate, because from the starting point, they are considered risky. Even when they are not risky, but there are no records to show that they are not risky. So we can do something about that. Number two, it is the cost of administration of this. Recently we innovated, we came up with an innovation to work with a fintech solution called Ensibuko, where loan appraisal, loan evaluation is done through a digital platform. There are inbuilt algorithms that you give data and it tells you how much the cap, how much one can borrow and at what rate. And so there are no people involved. It's so common that during the planting season, our farmers will come, he wants just 1 million or 500,000. I'm from Kabong. We didn't have branches. Again, I will be using an example of UDB. Driving to Kabongo to appraise that one project, an officer that sleeps there, normally they go as a team because they look at different components. You put in 3 million, but they want 500,000. So already that feeds into the risk, rather the cost of operation. So if you can innovate, and now I've seen commercial banks and other banks using these digital platforms, online banking, they can actually say, you can borrow up this much through the digital platform because they are looking at your transactions and they know that you qualify for this. So maybe we also, as a financial industry, need to innovate more and come up with such platforms that significantly reduce the cost of administering these loans so that what you add on that benchmark rate of 12% or 17% is relatively lower. So that's the much we can do. But still, even with all these interventions, it would mean that you're starting from a higher rate. Lastly, it is the government's role in this. So when we talk about development finance institutions, and we need development financing in this whole game, the percentage of development finance as a percentage of total credit or as a percentage of GDP currently is less than 1%. UDB alone, it's 0.83%. Our portfolio as a percentage of GDP. Now, we've done some studies. Unfortunately, I saw man here, we happen to have attended some good training together, where they gave BNDES, Brazilian Bank, National Bank of Brazil, as an example. Their percentage of private sector credit is about 25%. I said UDB alone, it is 6.8%. But their percentage of GDP is 15%. Now, if you combine UDC and UDB and other DFIs, we do not exceed, as a percentage of GDP, we don't exceed 1%. And then you want to catalyze this economy of about 200 trillion. It is impossible. So development financing should be key and a key discussion in this whole agenda. And I'm really pleased to hear from NPA, Minister of Finance. Of course, we are a national bank owned fully by the Minister of Finance. There are these discussions. If we want development financing, for example, which offers equity as UDC, to the key growth sectors or UDB that provides debt and equity, you want them to transform this industry, you would really have to capitalize them. And the discussion would be different, because the question would be, if government is borrowing to the tune of 22 trillion, where can they get money to capitalize you? They do that. There are other innovative options of capitalizing development finance institutions and directing them to lend or issue equity at favorable terms or lend at favorable terms and to the key growth sectors, and that's key, rather than have 50% of your private sector credit or money going to some sectors that are probably not growth enhancing. It would be a different discussion that I probably can't go in today. With that, I would like to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwesige Francis. Can we have our last panelist? Very interesting ideas on financing.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name, Henry Musisi. I am a grain trader and grain processor. I'm a founder member of the Grain Council of Uganda. I'm currently executive director. I wanted to give you just a little, as a starter, to give you a little bit of historical perspective. Pre-1986, the grain sector at that time was known in Uganda as a provider of food. Beans, maize for roasting, and for making ugali for the homestead. Production of grain at that time was slightly under 2 million tons. The bulk of grain marketing at that time was done through the now defunct Produce Marketing Board, or PMB. Total grain storage capacity in the country was in the area of about 60,000 tons in government stores in places like Tororo, like Masese in Jinja, Nalukolongo here, which eventually became World Food Program, Chazanga, Kasese, and I think there was one in Gulu. Today, post-86, this sector was completely opened up and liberalized. The sector eventually ramped up production, and as we speak right now, the production of grain is in excess of 7 million tons, with maize, usually we use maize as the benchmark, over 5 million tons as we speak annually. Total storage capacity has risen to over 800,000 metric tons. Private storage in silos and warehouses spread all over the country. If you remember last time, prior 86, the storage was only in the urban areas, and the bulk of it was around Kampala, the processing and storage capacity, because of security and the fact that the services that were required, banking services, the road network and so on, were located around those urban centers. As we speak today, the processing capacity that we are talking about is spread all over the grain producing countries, districts of Uganda. Total processing capacity, primary processing, when I say processing here, I'm talking about primary processing, the capacity to clean, dry, grade, and bag, is in excess of 10,000 metric tons per day. That is in 24 hours. We produce a surplus every year, even in the bad years. Uganda always has a surplus that it sells beyond our borders, in especially Kenya, South Sudan, and the Eastern DRC. So we are producing that much more as a result of the opening up of this. Of course, there's a lot happening in the region: population growth, increased demand for foodstuffs, the refugee situation around the East and Central African area, all that providing opportunities for this growth. Grain contributes significantly towards the balancing of our regional trade, the trade balance with our neighboring countries. It's no longer left to coffee. It's amazing how significant maize alone contributes towards, especially our balance of trade with Kenya, for example. Mainstreaming of agriculture and agro-industrialization in the industrial development, national development framework. These are some of the things that have taken place. Lowering of the interest rates on agricultural and agro-processing financing with schemes like the Agricultural Credit Facility. These ones have been mentioned, have driven this growth, especially the growth not only of agro-farming, the grain farming, but also in the setting up of grain processing infrastructure across the country. We have another intervention that took place recently, the provision of interest-free loans for large-scale commercial grain agriculture. These are interest-free loans. The scheme was launched towards the end of last year. It is run in government commercial banks. Large-scale commercial farmers borrow bank money, but government provides the interest. They're payable over 6 years, and the interest rate is 0. We've had support from initiatives like GROW and Invite, and of course these are very important for us when you hear about the surging interest rates that have been mentioned by Patrick and UDB. We find that initiatives like GROW and Invite and others like it have come in very handy in supporting agro-processing and especially grain agriculture. Future, we need as a country, and this is a